Hi everyone, today we will review for the final exams. So this is also exercise and study guide. The exam will be over chapter 1. Okay, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's going to be comprehensive exam of 12 chapters that we have learned in our course. Okay, so instruction for this exercise. For best results of this exercise, make sure you study chapters 1 until 12 before taking this exercise, and prepare some papers and pencils or pens to write your answer. There will be 2 or 3 seconds after each question to write your answer before the answer key is given and explained. You can always pause the video if you need more time. After finish the exercise, check your answers, how many are correct and how many are incorrect. Repeat the process until you get 100% correct answer. Make sure that the 100% correct answers are based on your knowledge, not from your guessing. It is very likely that you will get a very good score on your final exam if you follow this instruction correctly. So we start with number 1, true or false. Anatomy is science of body function. This is true or false? Okay, the answer should be false, because anatomy is science of body structure. Next question. Physiology is a science of body functions. True or false? Yes, the answer should be true. Okay, so the physiology is the science of body functions, how our body works. Number 3, anatomy and physiology are difficult to separate because body functions depends on body structure. Yes, this is true. Remember, structure fits with the functions. Even just looking at the structure, you can guess the functions of that structure. Number 4, the term anatomy is originated from A, Latin word for relation to nature, B, Latin word for cutting up, C, the Greek word for relation to nature, the Greek word for cutting up, or E, the English word for structure. So which one is the correct answer? Yes, the correct answer is, anatomy is from Greek word meaning cutting up. Number 5, the term physiology is originated from A, the Latin word for relation to nature, B, the Latin word for cutting up, C, the Greek word for relation to nature, D, the Greek word for cutting up, or E, the English word for structure. Which one is the correct answer? Yeah, so physiology is from the Greek word meaning relation to nature. Next one. SpongeBob SquarePants is studying how testosterone influences muscle growth. Based on this information, SpongeBob SquarePants is A or N, A, ecologist, B, anatomist, C, physiologist, D, epidemiologist, or E, psychologist? How? Okay. The question is how. Choose your answer. Yes. How mean function. So SpongeBob SquarePants is physiologist because he is studying about the functions of body structure. Next one, number 7. Patrick Starfish is studying the shape, arrangements, and location of epithelial tissues of the skin cell. Based on this information, Patrick Starfish is A or an ecologist, B, anatomist, C, physiologist, D, epidemiologist, or E, psychologist. Studying the shape and arrangement. Choose your answer. Okay, the answer should be anatomist because shape and arrangements and also locations are structures. Okay, this is study of structure, which is anatomy. Number 8. Which of the following lists best illustrates the increasing level of complexity? A, cells, tissue, molecules, organs, organism, organ system. B, molecule, cell, tissue, organ, organ system, organism. C, molecule, cell, tissue, organs, organism, organ system. D, tissue, cell, molecules, organs, organism, organ system. Or D or E, organism, cell, tissue, organs, organ system, molecules. So which one is the correct answer? Yeah, the correct answer, organism should be the most complex one, should be on the last one. And molecule is the simplest one. So start with the molecules. There is B and C. And if you see the B is the correct answer because it has organism at the end. Okay. So start with the molecules, and the most complex one is organism. So B is the correct answer. Number 9, true or false? Cell is the basic unit and structure and function of life or organism. True or false? Yes, this is true. Okay, so this is actually the theory of cell. Number 10. True or false? Several organs organize to perform specific function to form a tissue. True or false? That should be false. Okay, so organs will organize to make organ system. Okay, so organ make organ system. How about tissue? Tissue is made of cell. Okay, so tissue made of cell. Number 11. Stratified squamous epithelium of the skin is an example of which organization level? Stratified squamous epithelium. Cell, B, tissue, C, organ, D, organ system, or E, organism. Which one is the correct answer? Yeah, this should be tissue. Because what? Because the stratified squamous epithelial is actually type of cell. So this is organization of cell, meaning this is a tissue. Number 12. Blood is an example of which organization level? Cell, tissue, organ, organ system, or organism? Blood. Okay. Correct answer should be tissue because in the blood there are several types of cells in it. Okay, red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelets, and they all combine or organize to make tissue. So blood is a tissue level. Number 13. The ability of an organism to produce children is an example of A. Responsiveness, metabolisms, reproduction, transportation, or absorption. Okay, so this is produce. The answer should be reproduction. Number 14. The ability of an organism to sense and react to changes in its body is an example of responsiveness, metabolisms, reproduction, transportations, or absorption. Yes, the answer should be responsiveness. Okay, so react. Okay, this is reaction. So it should be responsiveness, response to the stimulus. Number 15. Which process is defined as the exchange of oxygens and carbon dioxide gases? Absorption, respiration, excretion, digestion, or reproduction? The answer should be respiration. The respiration is exchange of gas, especially oxygens and carbon dioxide. So this is the function of respiration. Number 16. Which process is defined as the removal of wastes? Absorption, respiration, excretion, digestion, or reproduction? The answer should be excretion. Okay, because this is excrete or remove waste from our body. So this is excretion. Number 17, fill in the blank. All chemical reaction inside the organism to support life is called. Okay, write your answer. Yeah, the answer should be metabolism. So metabolism is all chemical reaction inside our body. Number 18, the process to maintain stable internal body condition is called. Write your answer. Yes, this is homeostasis. This is the ability of our body to stay within normal, healthy condition. Homeostasis. Number 19. Which process is an example of negative homeostatic mechanism? A. Secreting insulin after a meal to return blood glucose to the normal level. B. Increase uterine wall contractions, leading to more contraction to deliver the baby. C. Retention of fluid, leading to more retention of fluid. D. Increase action potential in axon, leading to more increase in action potential. E. Formation of platelet plaques during blood clotting, leading to increase more platelets arrive to the damage of blood vessel. Choose the answer. Remember, this is negative. The response should be opposing the stimulus. So the answer will be A. Okay? So insulin, secretion of insulin actually the response after the increase of glucose in the blood. So by producing the insulin, the glucose will be down, okay, reduced. So the stimulus increase, the response is decreased. So this is negative feedback system. Number 20, which process is an example of positive homeostatic mechanism? Secreting insulin after a meal to return blood glucose to the normal level. Increase body temperature during exercise, leading to sweat production to cool down the body. C. Retention of fluid, leading to more retention of fluid. D. Increased blood pressure, leading to relaxation of heart muscle. Or E. Decrease of blood oxygen level, leading to increase the heart rate. Is your answer. And now, positive feedback system means if the stimulus increase, then the response will be increased. Or if stimulus decrease, the response also will be decreased. Okay, so look for that one. So this one, blood glucose increase, the response insulin will decrease. So this is not the answer. Temperature increase during exercise. When you're sweating, temperature down. This is not the answer. Retention of fluid will leading to a more secretion of fluid. So this is the answer, right? More and more. Okay, C is the correct answer. Number 21. Which process is dominantly done by for homeostasis? A, neutral feedback system. B, positive feedback system. C, negative feedback system. D, natural feedback system. E, irregular feedback system. Choose your answer. Okay, so the answer should be between positive or negative, because there are only two types of feedback system: positive feedback system and negative feedback system. And we use more negative feedback system in our body. 90%, about 90% negative feedback system, and about only 10% we use the positive feedback system. So the answer will be negative feedback system. 22. Homeostasis exists when concentration or conditions of internal body A, decrease, B, increase, C, stay at the same fixed number or condition, D, remain within certain limited range, or E, never change. Is your answer. Okay, so this is homeostasis, should be limited ranges, okay, not fixed number. It's not decrease or increase, because sometimes decrease, sometimes increase to remain within the normal body condition. So the answer will be D. Number 23. Which of the following illustrates a positive feedback mechanisms? Control of blood sugar, body temperature, maintenance of blood pressure, uterine contraction during childbirth, skeletal muscle contraction under cold weather. Choose your answer. Okay, so A is not, because this is increase, decrease. Okay, so this is negative feedback system. Body temperature is also negative feedback system. Blood pressure is the same, right? When our blood pressure increase, then our heart will be relaxed to decrease it. So this is negative feedback system. Uterine contraction during childbirth. Yes, this is the positive feedback system, because when the time to deliver the baby, the uterine wall will be contracted, and there will be more contraction after releasing the oxytocin hormone. So this is increase and increase. So this is the positive feedback system. Number 24. Which of the following organ is in the abdominopelvic cavity? The brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, or spinal cord? Choose the answer. Okay, brain is not, because brain is in the cranial cavity, the heart in thoracic cavity, lung in the thoracic cavity, liver, it is in the abdominopelvic cavity. So this is the answer. Number 25. Which of the following disease is originated in the abdominopelvic cavity? A, meningitis, B, pneumonia, C, pancreatitis, D, laryngitis, E, otitis media. Choose your answer. Okay, meningitis is not, because this is in the brain and spinal cord. Pneumonia, lung, so lung is located in thoracic cavity, not in the abdominopelvic cavity. Pancreas, Yeah, pancreatitis. So pancreas located in this abdominal pelvic cavity. So this is the answer. 26. Which of the following is a function of respiratory system? A. Movement of body parts. B. Absorption of nutrients. C. Exchange of gases between oxygen and carbon dioxide. C. Excretions of waste products. Or E. Production of hormone. Okay, choose your answer. Yeah, we already mentioned the respiration function is gas exchange for oxygen and carbon dioxide. So this is the answer, C. Next, 27. Which of the following is not part of male reproductive system? A. Testicles. B. Epididymis. C. Scrotum. D. Uterus. E. Ejaculatory duct. Which one is not male reproductive system? Yes, the answer should be this uterus. Uterus is part of female reproductive system. 28. Which of the following is not correct in anatomical position? Okay, so this is an anatomical standard position. A, the head facing the front. B, the body is erect. C, the upper limbs are at the side. D, the palms are facing forward. E, the palms are facing backward. Which one is not an anatomical position? A should be correct. This is anatomical. This is anatomical position. This is anatomical. Hand facing forward, yes. Hand facing backward is not. So this is the answer. E. 29. Based on direction, okay, so this is directional terminology. The ears are blank to the eyes. Superficial, superior, inferior, medial, or lateral. Choose your answer. Right, so this is eyes. This is ear. Okay. So where is ear? So ear is on the lateral of the eyes. Okay. Lateral to the eyes. So the answer will be lateral. Next, based on directional term, the chest or thorax is blank to the belly or abdomen. Superficial, superior, inferior, medial, or lateral. Okay, so this is chest, this is abdomen. Okay, so chest is located up, which is superior to the abdomen. So this one should be the answer. 31. Organs that are close to the surface of the body are called as blank organ. Surface of the body. Okay, superficial, superior, inferior, medial, or lateral. Okay, the answer should be superficial. So any organs that's located close to the surface of our body, like hair, for example, they are superficial organs. Next, the mouth is blank to the nose. Superficial, superior, inferior, medial, or lateral. So this is mouth, and this is nose. Okay, so the mouth is below the nose, so it should be inferior to the nose. Number 33, true or false? Chemistry is the branch of science that studies the functions of organs within the body. True or false? Function of organ. It is false. Okay. Chemistry is a study of composition, properties, and interaction of matter. Okay, this is study of matter. Number 34, true or false? Water is the most abundant organic molecules in human body. It should be false, okay, because water is inorganic molecule, not organic. So this is the false over here. Number 35, atom is the smallest unit of matter. Yes, this is correct. This is true. 36, the atomic number of an atom equals to the number of proton plus neutron. True or false? False, okay, because atomic number is only the number of proton. If it is the number of proton and neutron, this is called the atomic mass. 37. Protons carry positive charge. Yes, protons are positive. 38. Protons and neutrons are located in the nucleus or the center of an atom. Yes, that's correct. So proton, which is plus, and neutron, neutral, are located in the center. And then outside there will be electron. Electrons are located on the shell of an atom. Yes, that's correct. Okay, so the outside is called the shell, right? The electron shell. That's the name actually, because it carries the electron. An atom that loses electrons, such as calcium and sodium ions, are called cation, anion, salt, acid, or base. It is called a cation. So positive ions like calcium ion, sodium ion, they all positive. So positive ion is called cation. Cations have neutral, negative, or positive charge. Okay, we just mentioned cation carry positive charge. 42. An atom that gains electrons, such as chloride ion, is called atom that gain electrons. Okay, so cation and ion, salt, acid, or base. Choose your answer. Chloride, because it's gain electron. Remember, electron is negative. So chloride become negative. So chloride ion is negative. If it is negative, then it is called an ion. Positive is cation, negative is an ion. 43. The bond that form of atoms that share electron is called covalent, hydrogen, or ionic bond. Sharing is covalent bond. So that's the answer. The bond that form between sodium ion, which is positive, and chloride ion, which is negative, to make sodium chloride, is examples of covalent, hydrogen, or ionic bonds. Is your answer. Okay, so because this is bond between ion, sodium ion and chloride ion, so the answer should be ionic bond. 45. What happens if sodium chloride, the table salt, is placed in water? The bond between sodium and chloride become covalent bond. The bond between sodium and chloride become hydrogen bond. sodium chloride dissociate into sodium ion and chloride ion. Which one is the answer? Yes, should be C. So sodium chloride or salt, if you put in the water, it will be dissociated into sodium ion and chloride ion. What is the atomic number of an atom that has 8 protons, 8 electrons, and 8 neutrons? Choose your answer. 8, 0, 16, 24, or 31. Okay, remember, atomic number is the same as the number of protons. Okay, so that should be 8 atomic number. What is the atomic mass, okay, of an atom that has 8 protons, 8 electrons, and 8 neutrons? 0, 8, 16, 24, or 31. The answer should be, remember, atomic mass is the number of the mass of proton plus neutron. Okay, so 8 plus 8 will be 16. So atomic mass will be 16. 48. What is the valence shell? The innermost of electron shell of an atom, the outermost of electron shell of an atom, the nucleus of an atom, the number of proton and neutron of an atom, the proton of an atom. Choose your answer. Okay, so valence shell means the outermost of electron. Okay, so this is gonna be B. Okay, so the outermost of electron shell of an atom. The first electron shell of an atom can only take maximum of 0, 2, 4, 8, or 16 electrons. Okay, the answer should be 2. Okay, the first electron shell only take maximum of 2 electrons, and this is called the Duplet Rule. 2. Okay, so only 2 on the first electron shell here. The second electron shell and above of an atom can only take maximum of blank electron, 0, 2, 4, 8, or 16. Yeah, it should be 8. Yeah, so only take maximum of 8, and this is called the Octet Rule. So number 1 is only 2, and the rest they take maximum of 8 electrons. Atom C that has 6 atomic number will have blank electron on its valence shell. Choose your answer. 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay, so atomic numbers mean the number of proton, which is the same number of electron. So there should be 6 electrons. Okay. However, remember, on the first shell can only take 2. Okay. Then on the valence shell, on the outermost shell, it's going to be the rest, which is 4. Okay. So the answer should be 4 because it's asking the electron in its valence shell. Okay? If it's asking the total electron, will be 6. But because it is asking on its valence shell, the answer will be 4. Okay. 52. What is the maximum number of hydrogen atom a free carbon atom can bind with? 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay. Choose your answer. So carbon, the first shell only have 2. The outer shell will be 4. Right. So hydrogen carry 1. So it means that each of these will bind with one hydrogen. So share electron, this is another hydrogen, share electron, another hydrogen, share the electron, another hydrogen, share it. So how many hydrogen? It's going to be 4. Okay, so combined with 4 hydrogen atoms. Which of the following is correct about isotopes? Isotopes have the same number of protons and neutrons. The isotopes have the same number of protons but different number of neutrons. The isotopes have the same number of neutrons but different number of protons. The isotopes have the same number of protons and electrons. The isotopes have the number of protons and different number of electrons. So isotopes mean atom that has the same number of protons. Proton will always the same, but they have different number of neutrons. So this is the answer. Which of the following is correct about isotopes? The isotopes have different proton number, different electron number, different atomic number, different mass number, or similar proton number. Choose your answer. Hey, remember, it's going to be different neutron number, but there is no neutron over here. Just remember, neutron is proton plus neutron, okay, which is mass over here. So this is going to be different mass number. Number 55. Which of the following is an element? Water, sugar, salt, carbon dioxide, or carbon? Choose your answer. Hey, water is molecule, is not the answer. Sugar is also molecule, salt is molecule, carbon dioxide, it has 3 atoms, so this is also molecule. So the answer will be carbon, which is C. Okay, carbon with the symbol of C. 56. Formula of H2O refers to one molecule that has 1 hydrogen, 2 oxygen, 2 hydrogens, 2 oxygen, 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen, 1 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Choose your answer. And this should be easy. There are 2 hydrogens over here and 1 oxygen. So 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Which of the most abundant molecules in the body? Water, oxygen, carbon dioxide, or sodium chloride? The answer will be water. So water is the most abundant molecules in our body. 58. Which of the following are the 4 major elements in our body? Sodium, chloride, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, hydrogen, oxygen, or sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, or nitrogen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, oxygen, carbon, potassium, and sodium. The answer should be, we have a lot of hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. So about more than 96% composed of these 4 major components, okay, major elements. So hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. What is measured by the pH scale? Hydrogen ions concentration, hydroxide ion concentration, sodium concentration, chloride ion concentration, or oxygen, carbon, potassium, and sodium. Okay, H means hydrogen. So it's measure the hydrogen ions concentration. Solution that has equal number of hydrogen ion and hydroxide ion concentration is called, so equal H plus with OH minus. Okay, hydrogen and hydroxide are the same concentration, the same level. What do you call it? Acidic, basic, neutral, or salt? So because this is the same, it's going to be neutral solution, like water, for example. 61. Solution that has pH of 7.0 is called acidic, basic, neutral, or salt. 7 will be the same number of hydrogen and hydroxide ions, so 7 is for neutral solution. So neutral solution will give us pH 7. Solution that has high hydrogen ions concentration is called acidic, basic, neutral, or salt. If we have more hydrogen, this is called as acidic. Okay, so more hydrogen is going to be acidic solution. Solution that has pH 2.0 is called acidic, basic, neutral, or salt. Okay, so this is the scale 0. Okay, 1 until 14. That's the scale. The middle one should be 7, and this is the neutral. Okay, 7 is neutral. Below 7, okay, like 6, 5, 2, it's going to be acidic. Above 7, like 8, 14, it's going to be basic. So this is 0. So 0 will be acidic. Solution that has pH of 10 is called acidic, basic, neutral, or salt. Again, the scale 7 is neutral. Above 7 is going to be basic. 65. When placed in solution, compound HCl dissociate into H plus and chloride minus. HCl must be an acid, base, neutral, or salt. Okay, any solution that dissociate into hydrogen ions like this is going to be acid. So this HCl is acid solution. The name is actually telling you this is hydrochloric acid. So this is an acid. When you place in solution, compound NaOH dissociate into Na plus and OH negative. So NaOH must be a or an acid, base, neutral, or salt. Okay. Remember, any solution that dissociate into OH, hydroxide ion, will be base. So this is base. This is sodium hydroxide. That's the name is telling you, hydroxide. So this is base. 67. When placed in solution, compound NaCl dissociate into Na plus and chloride minus. NaCl must be acid, base, neutral, or salt. Okay, so this is dissociate into sodium and chloride. So no hydrogen ion over there, and there is no hydroxide ion. Okay, so this is not acid. This is acid. This is base. Okay, so this one is not acid, not base. So it will be salt. Okay, so this is salt solution. So this is actually sodium chloride, which is salt. Okay, this is stable salt. Consider reaction HCl plus NaOH become NaCl H2O. NaCl must be acid, base, neutral, or salt. So any molecules that made from acid, so this is acid, and base, will make salt plus water. Okay, so this is the rule. Acid base will make salt and water. So this NaCl, sodium chloride, will be salt. Blood pH is strictly maintained between 7 to 7.2, 7.3 to 7.5, 7.6 to 7.8, 7.8 to 8. Which one is the answer? Should be between 7.4 to 7.3 to 7.5. Average 7.4. So this is really strict control at very small range of pH in our blood. A blood of blank is called acidosis. Acid. Okay, remember blood become acid. Which one? 70 to 72, 73 to 75, 76 to 7.8, 7.8 to 80. Okay, remember this is the normal, the homeostasis. Below that is become acid. Therefore, if our blood is between 7.0 to 7.2, it is called acidosis. Even though 7.0 is actually neutral, however, because this is lower than normal, normal blood pH, it's considered as acidosis. Okay, acidosis will cause some problem to us like fatigue, tired easily, confusion, shortness of breath, sleepiness, and headache. So the blood that is acid, it will cause this symptom. Now the blood of pH blank is called alkalosis. 6.8 to 7, 7 to 7.2, 7.3 to 7.5, 7.8 to 80. What is the answer? Okay, remember there again, this is the normal. Alkalosis means when the concentration is above the normal, just become very basic. So this one should be the answer. Become alkaline or basic. So our blood base or alkalosis, this is some symptom like confusion, hand tremor, lightheadedness, muscle twitching, nausea, vomiting, numbness, or tingling in the face, hand, and the feet, prolonged muscle spasm. So this is some symptom of alkalosis. This means that our blood is too basic. 72. Which of the following is true about organic compounds? Organic compounds always contain hydrogen and nitrogen, hydrogen and oxygen, carbon and hydrogen, and oxygen and nitrogen. Which one is the correct answer? The answer will be always combine the carbons and hydrogen. Okay, so the carbon is actually the backbone. So carbons bind with the covalent bond, and that is hydrogen. Okay, bind to the carbon, hydrogen. So it's going to be carbon and hydrogen. This is the one that make organic compound. Which of the following is true about carbohydrates? It contains CHNO with twice as many hydrogen as nitrogen. CHNO twice hydrogen compared to oxygen. Composed of CHO twice oxygen as the hydrogen, or twice hydrogens compared to the carbon. What is the answer? It's gonna be composed of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen with twice hydrogens compared to the oxygen. Just remember water, H2O. Okay, so this carbohydrate will always have carbons, hydrogen, and oxygen, and hydrogen will be always twice of oxygen. Okay, so this is the hydrate side, which is water. Okay, and water always have 2 hydrogen and only 1 oxygen. A molecule that has formula of C6H12 and O6 is monosaccharide, polysaccharide, amino acid, fatty acid, protein. Just it. So this is carbohydrates. Remember there are 12 hydrogen on the 6. This is carbohydrate. But there are 2 types of carbohydrates, poly and mono. And this is really simple. So this is the monosaccharide. Okay, so this is simple sugar. The monomer or subunit of polysaccharide are monosaccharide, amino acid, nucleotides, fatty acid, and glycerol. Choose your answer. Okay, the answer should be poly mean many. Okay, it consists of many of monosaccharides. Mono is simple or one. So the answer will be monosaccharide. Polysaccharides will have a lot of monosaccharides. The monomer or subunit of protein, okay, are monosaccharide, amino acid, nucleotides, and fatty acid. The correct answer will be amino acid. So amino acid plus amino acid plus another amino acid until 100 of them, okay, will make the protein. So protein consists of many amino acids. The monomer of subunit of nucleic acid like DNA and RNA are monosaccharide, amino acid, nucleotides, fatty acid, and glycerol. The answer will be nucleotide. So nucleotide plus nucleotide plus nucleotide, it will make whether DNA or RNA. Okay? So it consists of nucleotide. The monomer or subunit of 3 glycerides are monosaccharide, amino acid, nucleotides, fatty acid, and glycerol. The answer will be fatty acid and glycerol. There are 1 glycerol like this, and there will be 3 fatty acid. Therefore, it's called a 3 glyceride. There are 3 fatty acid and 1 glycerol. Lipids are compounds that are soluble in water, compounds that are insoluble in water, compounds are dissociate in water, the compounds that are polar, hydrophilic. So choose your answer. Lipids, they are insoluble in water. So they are not soluble in water. So this is lipid. Insoluble is also called hydrophobic. Okay, so lipids are hydrophobic and insoluble in water, and also is called non-polar. Okay, so non-polar, hydrophobic, and insoluble in water, they are the same. They are the same thing, which is the characteristic of lipids or fats. 80. The polysaccharides in humans that are stored in liver and muscles are lipid, fat, protein, starch, glycogen, or glucose. Choose your answer. The carbohydrate or polysaccharide that's stored in our liver and muscle is glycogen. So this is the name of molecule that's stored in our liver and muscle. Glycogen actually consists of many glucoses. Okay, so glucoses, 1,000 of them will make glycogen. Cholesterol and sexual hormones are lipids, proteins, starch, glycogen, or glucoses. Choose your answer. Cholesterol is fat. Sexual hormone also fat. So this is lipids. Okay, so they are lipid molecules. Which of the following organic molecules can undergo replication? Carbohydrate, protein, lipids, or DNA? Yeah, the answer should be this one. And the one that able to replicate is DNA. How do DNA and RNA differ? A, DNA is a single-stranded, RNA double-stranded. DNA carry genetic material, RNA carry information to make proteins. DNA consists of amino acid, RNA consists of nucleotide. DNA is in cytoplasm, the RNA is in the nucleus. DNA contains ribose, RNA contains deoxyribose. Okay, look at this one, DNA single-stranded. This is wrong. DNA is double-stranded. Okay? DNA carry genetic material, RNA carry information to make protein. Let's say you don't know this one, we're gonna pass it, go to the next choice. DNA consists of amino acid, which is wrong because amino acid is for protein. DNA is in the cytoplasm, RNA is in the nucleus. No. Right? DNA is actually the one that is in the nucleus. Okay? This is the one that carry the gene. DNA contains ribose, RNA D. That's wrong because D is actually for deer. Right? RNA ribose. So this is wrong. Wrong. It's not correct. It's not correct. So the correct answer will be DNA carry genetic material, RNA carry information to make proteins. 84, the formation of glucose from water and carbon dioxide by green plant is example of synthesis, decomposition, neutralization, or exchange. Choose your answer. Water, simple molecule, carbon dioxide, simple molecule, making glucose, which is complex molecule. So this is synthesis. So the answer will be this one. Synthesis or anabolism. The name is actually photosynthesis. This is the process of photosynthesis. So this is synthesis. The breakdowns glucose. Break down glucose into ATP, water, carbon in the mitochondria is example of synthesis, decomposition, neutralization, or exchange. So this is breakdown. Glucose is bigger molecule into smaller molecule. And this is what we call the decomposition or catabolism. The three major parts of a cell are cell wall, cell membrane, cytoplasm, cell wall, cytoplasm, nucleus, cell membrane, cytoplasm, nucleus, cell membrane, cell wall, nucleus, cytoplasm, cytosol, organelle. Which one is the correct answer? A should be all cell will have cell membrane, and they also will have cytoplasm and nucleus. So these are the three major parts of a cell. Why not cell wall? Because there are cells that do not have cell wall, like animal cell, no cell wall. So this is not correct answer. Organelle, cytosol, cytoplasms. It is correct, but we need the cell membrane also. Without the cell membrane, these components will not be protected. So should be cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus. This is not correct. Okay, so cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus. Cell membrane, this is cytoplasm, and this is the nucleus. What does the selective permeability of the cell membrane means? It allows all molecules to cross. It allows only oxygen and carbon dioxide. It allows some substances to pass. It allows organic molecules to pass. It's blocked all ions. So what is the answer? So all will not correct. Organic only is not correct. And Oxygen only is not correct. So this is the correct answer. It will allow some substances to pass and block others. The main framework of cell membrane, the framework is the protein bilayer, nucleic acid bilayer, cholesterol bilayer, cellulose bilayer, or phospholipid bilayer. It consists of molecules that have head and two tails. It's called a phospholipid molecule. So two layers of phospholipids. It's going to be phospholipid bilayers. The structural protein that spans the cell membrane is termed as integral, peripheral, linker, receptor, or marker. So this is cell membrane, double layer of phospholipid, and there is a protein that cross the cell membrane. There are proteins that only stay outside or maybe inside. So the question is this one. So this is the integral protein. The answer is integral protein. Okay, so this one over here, the integral protein, is the organelle that destroys foreign cell or debris. Ribosome, proteasome, lysosome, peroxisome, or mitochondria. The answer will be lysosome. This is the one that destroys the foreign cell or foreign substances. Is the control center of the cell that direct the activities in the cell or of the cell. Ribosome, Golgi, RER, nucleus, or mitochondria. Control central will be nucleus. Is the organelle that produce ATP. This is the power plant, will be mitochondria. What will happen if a cell placed in the hypotonic solution? Water will enter the cell, causing crenation. Water will leave the cell, causing crenation. Water will enter the cell, causing hemolysis. Water will leave the cell, causing hemolysis. Or cell will not be affected. So this is cell put in the hypotonic solution, like water. Then what happened? The water will enter into the cell become bigger, and finally it will explode. And this process is called hemolysis. Okay? So water will enter the cell, causing hemolysis. See. 94. What will happen if the cell is placed in the hypertonic solution? Okay, so this is cell, hypertonic solution like salt solution. Okay, let's say 10% salt. What happened? The water from the cell will be out. Okay, will be out from the cell, and the cell becomes smaller, shrinking. So this shrinking is called the crenation. So crenation. So water leave the cell. Leave the cell, causing crenation. So B is the answer. What will happen if a cell placed in the isotonic solution? So this is solution, let's say 0.9% salt. And the cell also have 0.9% salt. What happens? The water go inside or water will go outside. Okay? So it's going to be the same. There is nothing happen. So the cell will not affect it. So the cell will stay fresh inside the isotonic solution. Solution that have the same number or concentration of solute or salt. What is an isotonic solution? Iso. Okay? It's going to be the same. Lower, higher, the same. lower, lower. So it's going to be the same osmotic pressure. How about hypotonic solution? Have lower, the same, lower, or higher. So hypo mean lower. So look for the lower concentrations. Okay, which is this one. It has lower concentration compared to the concentration inside the cell. Hyper. So hyper will be opposite of hypo. It's going to be higher. Look for the higher. A, B, C, D, or E. Higher concentrations over here compared to the cell. Okay, so that's hypertonic solution. Solution that has similar solid concentrations with the cell is termed as similar, the same, hypo, hyper, iso, semi, or equalotonic. The term is actually iso. Iso means the same. So isotonic, hypotonic, hypertonic. So these are the three terminology for tonicity. So the answer will be isotonic for the same. Osmosis is movement of solids against concentration, movement of solid from higher to lower, movement of water through selective membrane, movement of molecules from low pressure to higher pressure, movement of molecule from high pressure to low pressure. What's the answer? Remember, osmosis means movement of water. So just look for the one that mentioned water over here. So this is movement of water. The process of engulfing solid particle or foreign cell by the white blood cell is called hemolysis, photosynthesis, phagocytosis, pinocytosis, or exocytosis. What is the answer? Okay, engulfing means eat. Eat in scientific term is called phago. So phago means eat or food. So the answer will be phagocytosis. Transport of molecules that does not require energy is called passive endocytosis, exocytosis, active or vesicle transport. Choose your answer. Does not require energy mean passive. So this is the answer. Which of the following is not passive transport? Simple diffusion, facilitated diffusion, osmosis, exocytosis. None of the above. Choose your answer. Passive is no energy required. So this is simple diffusion is passive, facilitated diffusion is passive. So diffusion actually means passive. Osmosis also passive. Okay. Remember the question is not. The one is not passive is exocytosis. Is require energy. So that's the answer. Movement of molecule from area of higher concentration to lower concentration are term for diffusion, endocytosis, exocytosis, active transport, vesicle transport. From higher concentration to lower, so this does not require energy because higher to lower. So this one will be diffusion, okay, passive transport. Movement of oxygen enter the cell and carbon dioxide exit the cell are examples of simple diffusion, facilitated diffusion, osmosis, active or vesicle transport. Okay, there are a lot of oxygens in our blood, and this oxygen will move easily into the cell. Oxygen will be used for making ATP, plus there will be carbon dioxide as a byproduct. So there will be many carbon dioxide in the cell. It will diffuse easily into the blood. Okay? So from higher concentration to lower concentration is called diffusion. Because this is simple, they are small molecules, then it's going to be simple diffusion. Movement of ions from higher concentrations area to lower concentration using ion channel is termed for simple or facilitated diffusion, osmosis, active or physical transport. Okay, this is cell, this is ion, let's say sodium ion. There are so many sodium ion outside, it moves inside the cell. However, when they move, they require channel. Okay, so this channel is kind of helper or facilitation. Okay, so therefore this is diffusion but require facilitation. So this is facilitated diffusion. Movement of glucose from higher concentrations to lower concentration using transporter is an example of simple, facilitated, osmosis, active, or physical transport. And similar to the ions, there will be a lot of glucoses outside. It can enter into the cell, however, it requires transporter. So this is helper over here. Okay, so because this is require helper, then it's going to be facilitated diffusion. Remember, diffusion from higher to lower, that's diffusion. Okay? And require proteins, which is facilitation. A skin cell has 46 chromosomes, undergo mitosis to produce 2 skin cells, each carry 46. 2 skin cells, each carry 23. 4 skin cells carry 46 each. 4 skin cells carry 23 each, or 2 skin cells that carry 92 chromosomes. Okay, remember mitosis, there will be no change in chromosome number. Right? So it's going to be 46. So look for 46. And because this is mitosis, it will produce 2 cells. Right? So mitosis produces 2 cells with the same chromosome number. Right? So 2 scale with 46 chromosomes. Yeah. What went wrong with the cell cycle that results in cancer? Cell cycle ran backward, interface is too long, the cycle stops, mitosis is too frequent, or mitosis is too slow. So cancer means the cell are divided very, very fast. So this should be the answer over here. So mitosis is too frequent. A spermatocyte that has 46 chromosomes undergoes meiosis to produce 2 sperm cells, each carry 46, 2 sperm carry 23 each, 4 sperm carry 46, 4 sperm carry 23, 2 sperm carry 92 chromosomes. Choose your answer. So meiosis cell will divide twice. Okay, therefore the final result will be 4 cells. Okay. If it is 46, and then each cell over here only carry half of the chromosome. Right? That's meiosis. Produce cell that carry half of chromosome. So the answer will be 4 cells, which is this one over here, that carry only 23. So this one. So D is the correct answer. A stem cell that gives rise to any cell type is termed as blank stem cell. Multipotent, unipotent, pluripotent, semipotent, or totipotent. The answer will be totipotent. So total cell type, any cell type will be produced from this totipotent stem cell. Like zygote is a totipotent stem cell. It can give any type of tissue or cell. A programmed cell death is called cellular specialization, mitosis, apoptosis, cellular differentiation, or hydrolysis. Cell death, suicide, is called apoptosis. So this is the term for cell suicide. Like during the fall term, okay, the cell in the leaf will be performing apoptosis, and the leaf will be fall from the tree. This is apoptosis. Cystic fibrosis is primarily caused by abnormal chloride channel, abnormal sodium channel, or abnormal potassium channel, calcium, or hydrogen channel. Which one is the correct answer? Cystic fibrosis. This is due to the abnormality of chloride, chloride channel on the membrane cell. The individual, the patient will be difficult to breathe. Damaged cells or tissue that cannot be repaired, like muscle and nervous tissue, would induce apoptosis, necrosis, meiosis, mitosis, or phagocytosis. It will induce the cell death. It's called necrosis. Okay, so the muscle tissue or nervous tissue, when it gets damaged, it will produce cell death or necrosis. Sometimes it's called scar tissue. Okay, scar means dead tissue because of this necrosis. What is metabolism? All chemical reactions in the body, synthesis reactions in the body, decompositions reaction in the body, anabolism, or catabolism. Metabolism. Okay, so the answer, metabolism consists of anabolism and catabolism, decomposition, synthesis, which is all chemical reaction. Okay, so metabolism is all chemical reaction in the body. What is anabolism? All chemical reaction, synthesis, decomposition, exergonic, or catabolism. Anabolism, ana is synthesis. So this is synthesis reaction in our body. It's called anabolism. How about catabolism? All chemical, synthesis, decomposition, endergonic, or anabolism. Kata means decomposition or breakdown. So this is breakdown or decomposition reaction. Which of the following reaction is catabolism? Okay, breakdown or decomposition reaction. Breakdown of glucose, synthesis, replication, synthesis, production. So decomposition is breakdown of glucoses into ATP or smaller molecules. So catabolism, breakdown. Which of the following reaction is anabolism? Breakdown, dehydration, breakdown, hydrolysis, exergonic. Anabolism is synthesis. So look for the synthesis reaction over here, which is dehydration synthesis of glycogen from many glucoses. So bigger molecules made from smaller molecule. This is synthesis or anabolism. Which of the following reaction release energy? metabolism, anabolism, catabolism, endergenic, or synthesis. The one that release energy will always the catabolism, okay? The breakdown reaction. This is release energy is called exergonic. So the answer will be catabolism will be exergonic, releasing the energy. Removal of water to form polymer from monomer is called blind reaction, while addition of water to break down polymer into monomer is called blind reaction. A, hydrolysis, dehydration, and hydrolysis, A or B. So the first one is removal of water from polymer for monomer is called where the addition of water to break down. So addition of water to break down is hydrolysis. So this one should be this. Okay. Removal of water is dehydration. Okay. Become dehydrated. So the answer will be B. The top one is dehydration synthesis. The bottom one is hydrolysis. Molecules that function to increase rate of chemical reaction are called hormone, enzyme, substrates, products, or mutation. Okay, the one that increase rate of reaction is called catalyst. That's the general name. Okay, example of catalyst in our body are enzyme. Okay, so the answer will be enzyme. Individual with lactose intolerant condition, lack of blank enzyme that break down lactose into glucose and galactose, lactogen, lactate, lactase, milk, or lactation. The answer will be, so this is lactose is a substrate. The enzyme that break down the lactose into glucose to galactose is N with ACE. Okay. ACE is going to be lactase. So look for the lactase, which is C. Which of the following is the first sequence of enzyme catalyzed reaction? Substrate and product combine to make SP complex. Substrate enzyme make ES complex. Enzyme product make EP complex. Substrate release enzyme and product. Enzyme release substrate and product. The answer will be ES. So the enzyme and the substrate will combine first to make what we call the ES complex, enzyme substrate complex. And then finally, it will produce the product P. And the enzyme then will go back to the environment to perform another reaction. So ES complex first. A cofactor is blank. Examples are inorganic molecule. Example is zinc, iron, and copper. Organic molecules. Example vitamins. Inorganic molecules for enzyme. Example zinc, iron, copper. Organic molecule that denature the enzyme. Example vitamins. Inorganic molecule that slow down the enzyme. Example is zinc, iron, and copper. So cofactor. So this is gonna be inorganic molecule. Okay, so cofactor is inorganic. Look for the inorganic, inorganics. Okay. Example of inorganic is zinc, iron, copper. Right? Vitamin is organic, so zinc, iron, copper. Okay, so cofactor, this is co mean actually part of the enzyme. So this will be the answer. So cofactor is a necessary part of an enzyme. Example are zinc, iron, and copper. So we need zinc, iron, and copper in our body to help enzyme to work. Coenzyme is blank. Examples are inorganic, example zinc, iron, copper. Organics, vitamin. Inorganic, zinc, iron, copper. Or organic molecule that the nature of enzyme like vitamin. Inorganic molecule that slow down the enzyme like zinc, iron, copper. So this is part of the enzyme, and enzyme itself means organic. So look for the organic molecule that is part of the enzyme. Example is vitamin. So B is the correct answer. Which of the following molecule carries energy for any cellular action? Glycogen, glucose, starch, vitamin, or ATP? And so it should be the energy in our body that carry all the reactions will be the ATP. Okay, so ATP is the primary energy in our cell. What term is defined as ability to work? Energy, metabolism, oxidation, reduction, cellular respiration. Ability to work is term for energy. What is peptide bond? Bond between glucoses, bond between fatty acid, bond between nucleotide, bond between amino acid, bond between glycerol. Peptide is protein. So protein is actually composed of amino acid. So this is bond between amino acid. It's called the peptide bond. What is cellular respiration? Reaction inside the cell to break down energy used for cell activity. Reaction inside the cell to release energy used for cell activity. Reaction inside the cell to produce protein. Reaction inside the cell to transcribe messenger RNA. Reaction inside the cell to increase water concentration. This one is not. Cellular respiration is reaction inside the cell to release the energy, which is ATP. So cellular respiration is making ATP. So the reaction that make ATP produce the energy, not break down the energy. Anaerobic cellular respiration takes place in blank, while aerobic cellular respiration takes place in blank. So anaerobic means no oxygen required. Aerobics, it's require oxygen. Okay, so the first reaction happening where? Ribosome, mitochondria, mitochondria, ribosome, cytoplasm, mitochondria, nucleus, cytoplasm, nucleus, mitochondria. The first reaction without oxygen is happening in the cytoplasms, right? And the second reaction that require oxygen to produce a lot of ATP is happening in the mitochondria. So C will be the correct answer. Cytoplasms and mitochondria. Which molecule store glucose in human body? Starch, glycogen, insulin, oxygen, or protein? Glucose will combine together to make the glycogen. This is in animal, okay? If it is in plant, that storage is called starch. Like in potato, for example, it's called starch. But for animal like human, the molecule is called the glycogen. So the answer will be glycogen. What is genome? All protein produced from messenger RNA, all codons carried by messenger RNA, all the anticodons carried by transport RNA, all RNA within the nucleus, all the NA sequence within the nucleus. genome. So genes will be related to DNA. So this is all the DNA sequence in the nucleus. If the DNA strand has the base sequence of A, T, T, A, G, C, C, G, 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 what is the sequence of its complementary pair? C, A, A, T, A, A, T, T, A, 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 T, T, A, G, C, C, G, 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 C, C, T, C, C, G, C, T, 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 A, A, T, C, G, G, C, 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 A, T, T, C, G, C, C, T, 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 T. Okay, so you have to know A, okay, will always combine or will always pair with T. Okay, and then G will always pair with C. Okay, so because it is A, then you start with C. So this is the one that starts with C. That's the only one actually. Okay, so this is the correct answer. C with A, T with A. Oh, sorry. So A with T. Oh, so look for T. Sorry, look for T. So this one over here, T. A with T. T with A. T with A. A T. G C C G C G G G G G G G. Gonna be C C C C C C. Okay. So the answer will be D. Okay, so just remember this pair. A will always pair with T, G will always pair with C. What nitrogenous base is part of DNA but not part of RNA? Thymine, cytosine, guanine, uracil, or A, or adenine. So DNA will have thymine, cytosine, guanine, and adenine, no uracil. Okay, so it will be uracil is only present in RNA. Part of DNA, okay, thymine is part of the DNA. This is DNA. Uracil is only on the RNA. Okay, it is in the DNA but not in the RNA. So it will be thymine over here. Well, what nitrogenous base is part of RNA but not the DNA? So RNA will have cytosine, guanine, uracil, and adenine, no thymine. Okay, so this is in the RNA but not in the DNA. So it should be uracil or U. Okay, this is the DNA only. This is RNA only. DNA is a strand, while RNA is a strand nucleic acid. Single, double, double, single, double, triple, triple, single, single, triple. What is the answer? DNA is double helix. It looks like this. RNA is only single strand, so it's going to be double, single. Double, single strand. Which of the following codon is initiation codon? Now you have to memorize. Okay, the initiation codon is actually only one, which is the AUG. Okay, AUG, August. Okay, so AUG, that's the only initiation codon. The process of making messenger RNA from sequence of DNA as a template is called blank, while the process of making protein from messenger RNA is called blank. Translation, 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 transcription, 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 translation. Choose your answer. Making messenger RNA from DNA is called transcription. Okay, this should be one of them. While process of making protein for messenger RNA is called the translation. So transcription, translation. Codon is carried by blank, while the anticodons is carried by messenger RNA, transport RNA, messenger RNA, ribosome RNA, ribosome RNA, transport RNA, ribosome RNA, messenger RNA, transport RNA, messenger RNA. The codon will be carried by messenger, so look for the messenger, and the anticodon will be carried by transport. So transport RNA. So A is the correct answer. The function of blank make DNA during DNA replication, while the blank make messenger RNA during transcription. DNA polymerase, DNA polymerase, DNA polymerase, RNA polymerase, RNA polymerase, RNA polymerase, RNA polymerase, DNA polymerase. So the one that make DNA during DNA replication is called the DNA polymerase. So look for this one over here. Okay? And then the one that make messenger RNA is called the RNA polymerase. So this will be the answer. Mutation is a genetic variation, DNA variation, error in the DNA sequence, error in RNA sequence. Just your answer. This is an error in DNA. So mutation is located in the DNA. The 4 basic types of tissue except epithelial, connective, muscle, nervous, skin. Remember, there are 4 types of tissue: epithelial, connective, muscle, and nervous tissue. The one that's not skin. Skin is not a tissue. This is organ. So skin is an organ, not tissue. Blank is study of cell, while blank is study of tissue. Cell, cytology, histology, histology, cytology, cytology, morphology, psychology, histology, cytology, anatomy. Cell, site. Site means cell. So it's going to be cytology. This, or this. Okay. Tissue is histo. Okay. So it's going to be cytology, histology. So this should be this one. Blank is the type of junctions in the blood-brain barrier that does not allow many molecules to cross. Desmosome, semidesmosome, hemidesmosome, tight junction, gap junction. Does not allow many of them. It's going to be tight junction. So tight junction is the most strong junction between cells that will not allow many molecules. So it's called tight junction. Which of the following type of epithelial tissue will be lining of the lung between the air and the blood vessel that allow gas exchange? Simple squamous, simple cuboidal, simple columnar, stratified squamous, or sided stratified ET. Stratified will not, because this gas exchange has to be very, very fast. So it has to be simple. And the flat cell will be the best one. So it's going to be simple squamous epithelial tissue for gas exchange in the lungs. Which of the following types of epithelial tissue will be covering the skin, give physical and chemical and biological protection? Simple squamous, simple cuboidal, simple columnar, stratified squamous, pseudostratified. Which one is the answer? Simple is not for protection. So it will be whether stratified or pseudostratified. In the skin, we have a lot of stratification of squamous cell. So this is going to be the skin structure composed of stratified squamous epithelial tissue. Which of the following type of epithelial tissue will be covering the skin oh, this is the same question. So this is stupid answers. Cutaneous membrane refer to bone, blood, heart, skin, kidney. What is the answer? Cutaneous means skin. So this is referred to the skin. Which of the following type of epithelial tissue will be lining respiratory tract organs? Like trachea, for example. Simple cuboidal, simple columnar, stratified, or pseudostratified. Respiratory tract organ like trachea, bronchus, they will have this pseudostratified. So pseudostratified epithelial tissue that they also have cilia on it to remove debris or maybe foreign cell. So pseudo-stratified epithelial tissue with cilia. Which of the following type of epithelial tissue will be lining of the thyroid gland? Simple squamous, simple cuboidal, transitional, stratified, or pseudo-stratified. So thyroid gland produce hormone, mostly cuboidal type of cell, and usually just one layer. So simple cuboidal epithelial tissue. How about the lining of urinary bladder? Choose your answer. Urinary bladder will need tissue that able to stretch, and this is given by this transitional epithelial tissue. It's able to stretch a transitional ET. Which of the following type of ET or epithelial tissue is used for secretion, such hormone secretion? Simple, glandular, transitional, stratified, pseudo-stratified. Hormone secretions, enzyme secretion, they call gland. Okay, group of tissue that produce this is called gland, whether exocrine gland or endocrine gland. So it's gonna be type of glandular epithelial tissue. The cell of connective tissue that produce fiber is called osteoblast, chondroblast, fibroblast, chondrocyte, osteocyte. Fiber. Then the answer will be fiber, fibroblast. The characteristic of connective tissue is consists of cell and extracellular matrix, is consists of cell with intracellular matrix, is consists of elongated cell, is consists of special cell that has dendrite, soma, and axon, is consists of cell that bind closely. Connective tissue, it has cell and matrix, and matrix is outside extracellular matrix. So A is the answer. The extracellular matrix consists of ground substances and fiber, cell and keratin, white blood cell, red blood cell, central canal and lamella, lacuna and canalicula. The matrix is actually consists of what we call the ground substances, and there are a lot of fiber. So this is epithelial tissue, connective tissue, for example. So if it is connective tissue, then there will be cell, and this ground substance will be consist of, the matrix consists of fiber and ground substances and fiber. Adipose or fat, bone, and blood are type of epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscle, or nervous tissue. Fat, bone, blood. Just example, blood is easy. It has cell, and matrix, which is blood plasma. So if it is cell and matrix, it's gonna be connective tissue. It has cells and matrix. Which of the following tissue will be affected by deficiency of collagen fiber? blood, bone, adipose, cartilage, or reticulum. Collagen fiber, there are a lot in bone tissue. So bone tissue will be affected. The bones will be not strong anymore, because fiber give strength to the bone. Which of the following structure present in heart or cardiac muscle tissue? Tight junction, intercalated disc, vacuole, semi-desmosome, or desmosome. If this is cardiac muscle, between cardiac muscle with another cardiac muscle cell, it has border, and that border is called the intercalated disc. So it is present in the muscle tissue, intercalated disc. Which of the following muscle under involuntary control? Skeletal, cardiac, smooth, A and B, B and C. Involuntary means you cannot control the contraction. It's going to be cardiac and smooth muscle. So it's going to be B and C. With the following muscle under voluntary control. It means that you're able to control the contraction. You're able to move your hand because hand is actually consists of this skeletal muscle. So that's the only answer, which is skeletal muscle is the only one that voluntary. Which following muscle has stripes? Skeletal, cardiac, smooth, AB or PC. Stripes is present in skeletal and cardiac muscle, so it's going to be A and B. Which of the following muscle has many nuclei per cell? It's going to be the muscle that long, the muscle that have long cell, which is the skeletal muscle. So there will be nucleus, nucleus, nucleus. This is another cell with many nucleus. So this is the answer, skeletal muscle. Cardiac muscle is found on the wall of hollow organ, the wall of heart attached to the bone. Okay, the name is telling you car mean heart. So it's going to be in the heart. Smooth muscle is found on the wall of hollow organs, the heart, or attached to the bone. It should be clear. It should be this one. Because bone is skeleton. It's going to be skeletal muscle, right? This heart is cardiac muscle. So smooth muscle will be on the hollow organs. Nervous tissue consists of cell and matrix, elongated cell, cell that bind closely, neuron and nucleus. Cell in matrix is connective tissue. It's not. Elongated cell is muscle tissue. Cell that bind closely, it is epithelial tissue. So this should be the answer. Neurons and nucleus. Part of neuron that receives stimulus is called dendrite, cell body, and axon. So this is the diagram of neuron. The first part is called dendrite, and this is the one that receives stimulus. The second part is called the cell body, and this is the one that process. The last part is axon, and this is the one that carry action potential. So because this is receive stimulus, will be number one over here, the dendrite. Part of neuron that carry action potential, we already mentioned that. Dendrite receive stimulus, cell body process, axon carry action potential. Then the answer will be axon. In a neuron, a signal travels from blank to blank, then blank. So dendrite, cell body, axon, dendrite, axon, dendrite, cell body, dendrite, axon, cell body, axon, cell body, dendrite. Of course, again, when you memorize the structure of the neuron. Make sure you memorize from the first part, which is the dendrite. This is the one that receives the stimulus. Stimulus will go to the cell body, the second part. This is the one that will process. Cell body will produce the response, which is carried by the axon. This is the third part. So that's how the signal travel, okay? From dendrite, cell body, axon. Dendrite, cell body, axon. Function of neuroglia is to support muscle cell, red blood cell, white blood cell, nerve cell or neuron, or a bone cell. Of course, neuroglia help the neuron and support the neuron. The integumentary system consists of a skin, muscle, bone. Skin is a structure like hair, nail, and gland. Epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, stratum corneum, stratum basale, stratum squamous, stratified squamous epithelium. Okay, which one? It's gonna be, this is system consists of organ, right? The organ is called the skin, that's one. And plus the accessory structure like hair, nail, and the glands. That's the integumentary system. Skin and its structure are collectively called as cutaneous membrane, subcutaneous membrane, basement membrane, visceral membrane, parietal membrane. Okay, the answer will be this because this means skin. So, skin membrane. The two types of skins are dermis, epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, epidermis, hypodermis, vascular, non-vascular, thick, and thin. It's going to be thin skin and thick skin. Okay, so thin skin and thick skin. Like, for example, our hand. Okay, most of them is thin skin. Okay, but if it is the palm, it is thick skin. So palm is the thick skin. You can compare that one. Okay? You don't see hair on the palm. Okay, so the thick skin do not have hair. Thin skin, they have hair. The two main layers of skins are dermis, epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, epidermis, hypodermis, vascular, non-vascular, thick and thin. The answer will be this one. The top layer of the skin is called epidermis, and the bottom layer is called dermis. So two layers only, epidermis and dermis. The thick skin has blank strata, while the thin skin has blank strata. 4, 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, 3, 3, 4. Thick. So thick will be have more strata, which is 5. The thin one will be less. So it's actually 4. So 5 and 4. Which of the following strata is not present in the thin skin? Basale, spinosum, granulosum, lucidum, or corneum? This is the one that is not present in the thin skin. It's called the stratum lucidum. Which of the following strata consists of single layer of columnar cell undergo mitosis? Basale, spinosum, granulosum, lucidum, or corneum? Mitosis or mitosis is happening in this stratum, in the base, in the stratum basal. The blank is typically thinner than the dermis, epidermis, epidermis, dermis, reticular layer, papillary layer, stratum, spinosum, stratum basal, skin of the soul, skin of the face. Okay. The answer is epidermis is thinner than the dermis. The epidermis of the skin consists of blank tissue, while the dermis consists of blank tissue. Dense irregular muscle, stratified, dense irregular, bone, muscle, dense irregular, dense regular, simple epithelial, dense irregular. Okay? The epidermis, the top layer over here, consists of ET, stratified ET. So look for that one, stratified ET. And the dermis consists of dense irregular connective tissue. So this one is going to be the answer. Which of the following epidermal cells produce melanin? The dark skin pigment. Keratinocyte, melanocyte, Langerhans, Merkel's, none of the above. Okay, the name is telling you the melanin produced by melanocyte. Okay. Why exposure to ultraviolet light, like in tanning bed, darken the skin? It stimulates cell division, stimulates production of keratinocyte, stimulates synthesis of melanin, stimulates synthesis of keratin, or stimulates apoptosis. Dark skin pigment is due to the melanin. So light is actually stimulate melanin production. What happened to keratinocyte as they push from the deeper layer to the surface of the skin? Keratinocyte, what happened? Become darker, continue to divide, become dermal cell, they die or become vascular. Of course, they will die. They will remove from our skin. So the top layer, the stratum corneum, consists of dead keratinocytes that will be removed from our skin. What determines the skin color? Keratinocyte, melanocyte, the hair, sweat gland, or melanin production? It's going to be the melanin production. Okay? The number of melanocytes is actually the same for all people. It doesn't matter white or darker skin people, they will have the same number of melanocytes. The difference is actually the production. Because epidermis does not have blood vessel, the blood vessel in the blank supply the epidermal cell. Okay, so epidermis and dermis. Epidermis will not have blood vessel, but the dermis will have blood vessel that will supply to the epidermis. So it's going to be the dermis layer. Which of the following cells are the most abundant in the epidermis? Keratinocyte, melanocyte, Langerhans, Merkel, or fibroblasts? Of course, it's going to be this one. This is the one that protects our body, our skin. It's called the keratinocyte. It's carry keratin, which is waterproof proteins. Okay? So protect us. In addition to function as protection, the skin cell also play important role to produce vitamin. What is the answer? A, B, C, D, or E? Answer should be D. So D is the vitamin that produce the production start from the skin, and it is stimulated by the light. That's the reason why it is really important to get the light in order to increase vitamin D production. What is the correct order of epidermal strata from deep to superficial? Okay, so from deep until out to the skin. Basal spinosum, granulosum, lucidum, corneum, corneum, lucidum, granulosum, spinosum, basale, corneum, basale, granulosum, spinosum, lucidum, basale, granulosum, spinosum, lucidum, corneum, granulosum, basale, spinosum, lucidum, corneum. So just remember that on the deep, the bottom ones will be basale. So look for the bis basale. So this will be this choice. And the most superficial one will be corneal. So look for the corneal. So it's the same. So it has corneal. Remember the rule? Okay, boy, how to remember it? Okay, boy say, girl, okay, like cats, okay, or look cute. So basale, spinosum, granulosum, lucidum, corneal. That's how to remember the sequence. So basale, the next one is SO will be this one. So this should be the answer. Okay, A will be the answer. The water loss from the skin is minimal due to the structure of the epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, papillae, or reticulum. Should be the epidermis, because epidermis has the keratinocyte that produce keratin, which is waterproof proteins that protect us from dehydration. The tough fibrous protein in the skin epidermis that responsible for waterproof nature of the skin and protection against water loss is called, I just mentioned it, so keratin. 190. The hardness of the nail is given by the keratin, melanin, vitamin, collagen, or albumin. The hardness of the nail is given by this keratin. So keratin, waterproof protein, when they make the nail, it will give the hardness of the nail. The articular pili, muscle, and oil glands are attached to the structure of the skin. Which structure? Nail, hair, sweat gland, ceruminous gland, or mammary glands? It's to the hair. Okay. So articular pili muscle, this is the one that make our hair straighten out when, for example, when you see the scary movie and the hair will be straightened out, right? Because there is a muscle called the articular muscle. And hair will also oily because it will connect to the oil gland. Okay? So hair at the bottom will be connected to the oil glands and also to the articular pili muscle. Okay, so this is hair. What is secreted by sebaceous gland? Watery solution, fat globules, hormone, mucus, or vitamin. Sebaceous mean oil, or fat, so it's gonna be fat. How about pseudo-referus gland? Pseudo-referus mean water. So which one is the answer? Gonna be this watery solution. So this is sweat gland. Okay, so water gland or sweat gland. How might merocrine, acrine, pseudoreferus gland will be described? Secrete in response of operational stress, secrete in response of elevated body temperature, most common in armpit and groin, associated with hair, associated with nail. Which one is the answer? So merocrine or acrine is a regular sweat gland that produce when our body temperature increase, like when we exercise. Okay, so this one will be the merocrine or acrine sweat gland. Okay, so it will be this increase when our body temperature increase. How might apocrine, this is the other type of sweat gland. So this is sweat. Apocrine sweat gland be described. Secrete in response of exercise, secrete in response of elevated body temperature, most common in armpit and groin, associated with hair, associated with nail. So this one will be acrine, right? Exercise, Elevated body temperature is the same thing. And the apocrine is the one that located mostly on the armpit and groin area. It will produce stickier sweat. Okay, that's apocrine gland. Sweating results in loss of body heat by conduction, convection, radiation, condensation, or evaporation. This is the evaporation. Okay? So the heat will be taken, evaporate from our body. A core body temperature that drops below 95 degrees is called hypo, hyper, hypoxia, hypocapnia fever. So this is temperature, term in temperature, drop lower, so it's hypo, so it's going to be hypothermia. Or it should be hypothermia. So this is wrong answer. So this is A, so the letter is correct, so it should be hypothermia. Okay, the correct answer is hypothermia. The control center for body temperature is the cerebral cortex, basal ganglia, thalamus, hypothalamus, or limbic system. Control body temperature is in the hypothalamus, a part of the brain that controls body temperature. Blank decrease body temperature during exercise, while blank increase body temperature during chill. So which one decrease body temperature during exercise? It's going to be sweating. And then when we chill, then we are shivering. So B should be the answer. Redness and swelling in the area of injury is caused by inflammation that results in blank of blood vessel, constriction, vasodilation, blood clotting, inactivation. So inflammation is mean increase blood circulation is due to the blood vessel vasodilation. It's become bigger. Okay? The blood vessel bigger, dilate, so vasodilation. Cyanosis, bluish of the skin, is caused by low hemoglobin, low melanin, oxygen, vitamin, or mitotic rates. Cyanosis is mostly because of low oxygen level. Right? It's become blue color. Jaundice, yellowish of the skin, indicate heart disease, kidney, liver, gallbladder, or urinary tract. This is due to the liver disease. When our liver damage, it will cause jaundice, which is bilirubin will be returned to the blood circulation, causing our skin become yellowish color. Albinism, this is white color. This is inherited disease that caused by low hemoglobin, melanin, oxygen, vitamin, mitotic. So this is skin color. The main skin color is melanin. If it is really low or no production at all, the skin or other part of our body become white, albino. Right? This is low productions of melanin. Which of the following skin graph uses skin from identical twin? Auto, allo, seno, or iso? Okay, auto means from itself. That's not the answer. Allo means from other human. Seno means from different species. Iso means from the twin, the same skin, but from the twin. So this is going to be isograph. Using skin from different species. I already mentioned that this is from our skin. This is the same species. This is the different species. Xenograph, maybe from animals. Which of the following skin graph use skin from oneself? Okay, different part of our body. So We already mentioned that. The answer will be autograft. Which of the following skin graft use skin from the same species of donor, like from father, mother, or brother that is not twin? It's gonna be allograft. Which of the following skin structure associated with acnes? Acnes, apocrine, merocrine, sebaceous, mammary, or ceraminous gland? Okay, acne is caused by more production of oils in the skin. So it's due to the oil glands. Fingerprint is associated with the structure of stratum corneum, lucidum, granulosum, papillary layer, or reticulum. So this is related to the dermis, which is papillary and reticular, and the one that give the skin. Okay, print. Okay, the fingerprint is actually the structure of papillary layer. The number of femur, the humerus and femur are example of long bone, short bone, irregular, flat, or sessile. Humerus is in our hand. Okay, so this is humerus. Okay. The femur is in our thighs. Okay, so this is thigh bone. They are long. Right? So this should be long bone. 211. The wrist bone, ankle bone are example of long, short, irregular, flat, or sesamoid. Okay, so wrist and ankle, they are example of short bone. Vertebrae are example of long, short, irregular, flat, or sesamoid. What is the answer? Long is not, short is not, flat is also not. The correct is irregular bones. So vertebrae is example of irregular bone. Hip bones are the example of the hip bone. So you have two hip bone. Okay. So this hip bone is what? Choose your answer. Yeah, it should be flat bone. So the hip bone is flat bone. Which of the following is incorrect match? Incorrect. Okay. Tibia, long bone. Tibia, long bone. Coxa, flat bone. Coxa is hip bone. So it's correct. Tibia, long. Vertebrae, irregular bone. We already mentioned that is correct. Calcaneus is short bone. Calcaneus is part of the ankle bone, so it should be correct. Femur, flat bone. No, we already mentioned that femur is long bone. So this one, the answer. Femur should be long bone. Okay? So it should be long bone. Which of the following is associated with spongy bone? Osteon, osteocyte, lamella, canicula, trabecula. Choose your answer. This is the one that related to spongy bone. A lot of trabecula. And between trabecula, there will be red bone marrow. Okay? So trabecula will create the space that give a lot of red bone marrow. Compact bone has blank, while spongy bone has osteon, trabecula, osteon, osteocyte, trabecula, osteon, lamella, canicula, trabecula, lamella. So we already know from the previous question that spongy bone has a lot of trabecula. So trabecula will be here. And compact bone actually consists of osteon. So this is actually the answer. Okay? Osteon, trabecula. What are the three main parts of long bone? Epiphysis, metaphysis, diaphysis, all of the above? Correct or all of them incorrect? So this is, if this is long bones, okay, The top part is called the epiphysis. The middle part is called the metaphysis. So epi, meta, and the longest part over here is called the diaphysis or shaft. Okay? So epi, meta, and diaphysis is going to be all the above correct. On the long bone, where is the articular cartilage located? On the outer surface of epiphysis, the outer surface of metaphysis, the outer surface of diaphysis, all the above correct, all the answers are incorrect. So if it is long bone, okay, this is epi, meta, diaphysis, meta, epi. So over here, it will be covered with the cartilage. Okay, so this is the outer surface of epiphysis. The articular cartilage is composed of what type of tissue? Okay, hyaline, elastic, or fibrocartilage, osseous, or adipose tissue. It is the hyaline cartilage, the softer cartilage. Bone growth in length is happening due to the cell division activity within the diaphysis, epiphysis, metaphysis, epiphyseal plate, or medullary cavity. Which one? Okay, if it is long bone, again, it has epiphysis, metaphysis, diaphysis, metaphysis, epiphysis. Over here, there is a cartilage that will grow, causing the bones become longer and we are become taller. So this is area over here. That area is called the epiphyseal plate. Okay, so that's the growing area for bone length. Which of the following bone cell are the bone forming cells that form bone matrix? Osteogenic, osteoblast, osteocyte, osteoclast. All the above answers are correct. Okay, choose your answer. Okay, the bones that forming the cell or bone growth, remember, start with B over here. Just remember Bob. Okay, so Bob, the builder, right? So Bob the builder. So that's how you memorize. Osteoblast is the one that build the bone. This is Bob the builder. This is the one that build the bone. Which of the following cells are the bone dissolving cell that break the bones matrix? Osteogenic, osteoblast, osteocyte, or osteoclast. This one is the one that build. Okay, this is Bob, the builder. The one that destroy the bone is this one. It's the same blast. This is one is class. So you can say cat destroyer. Okay, Bob builder. So osteoclast is the destroyer, the bone. Bob, osteoblast, is the builder of the bone. Which of the following bone cells are the mature bone cell? Osteogenic, osteoblast, osteocyte, osteoclast. None of above are correct, or all of them correct. The mature one is from osteoblast, is mature, become osteocyte. So that's the mature bone, osteocyte. Children who have vitamin D deficiency will have abnormality of bone condition called osteofibrosis, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, osteomalacia, or rickettsia, or rickets. Children that have deficiency of vitamin D will have Their leg is look like bow leg, look like O letter. Okay, so this is bow leg. Okay, that condition is called rickettsia or rickets. Okay, this is deficiency of vitamin D on children. People who do not take dietary milk and women who have menopause have higher risk of getting osteofibrosis, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, osteomalacia, or rickettsia. So people that do not take milk, so milk has a lot of calcium, okay, and calcium is used for building the bones, so make bone harder, okay, bone harder. So the one that do not like milk or women with menopause, they actually their bones become fragile, and that fragility is called the osteoporosis. So poros means hole, so a lot of holes on their bone, so osteoporosis. Okay, so this is the risk of people that do not take calcium on their diet, like milk, for example. And women that has menopause, they usually also have osteoporosis. What would be the effect of insufficient dietary calcium? The bone would be less flexible, will be stronger, the bone would be harder, softer, or long. Okay, remember calcium, hard. Okay, making the bone harder. If it is insufficient, then it's become softer, right? It's not hard, it's become soft. Bisphosphonates are drugs that help build the bone that usually prescribed for older women who have osteofibrosis, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, osteomalacia, and rickettsia. This is prescribed mostly for people with osteoporosis, okay, because it's increased the hardness of the bone. Epiphyseal plate is completely closed and ossified at the age of 7, 10, 15, 17, or 25. Okay, remember the plate, in the long bone, the epiphyseal plate over here, the growth plate. It's not there forever. Usually, when for the female is earlier, is closed earlier, 21 years old. So female usually will not grow anymore. But for male, it is 25 years old. So male or boy can grow taller than female because they're still growing until 25. Females stop growing when it is 21. So 25 should be the answer over here. Hypersecretions of growth in children will cause, while hypersecretion of growth hormone, so this will be growth hormone. Okay. While the hyposecretion of growth hormone will cause. So hyper means too much, hypo means too little. Right? So what is going to be? Dwarfism, giantism, giantism, dwarfism, cretism, cretinism, rickettsia, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, gouty arthritis, or rheumatoid arthritis. So hyper is too much growth hormone, it can cause giant, right? Too little, it can cause dwarf. So it's this one, the answer. Giantism and dwarfism. Red bone marrow, RBM, is in the bone, has function for production of bone cell, blood cell, calcium, collagen, or bone matrix. Bone marrow, this is blood. Blood cell production. Red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelets, They all produce in bone marrow, red bone marrow. Which of the following bone is formed by endochondrial ossification process? So endochondrial ossification process will produce long bone. And look for the long bones. Skull is flat, hip is flat, sternum, which is breastbone, is flat, scapula, the shoulder blade, is also flat. Humerus is the one that's long bone. So that's the answer. Which of the following bone is formed by intramembranous ossifications? This is the one that produces flat bone. It's a flat bone. Look for the flat bone. A, B, C, D, or E. Femur is long. Hip, this is flat. So this is the answer. Okay. So hips is produced by intramembranous ossification. How many bones are in the skeletal system? Total. How many? 22, 80, 120, 206, 360. Normally, we have 206 total bones in our body. Okay, how many bones in axial skeleton? Okay, so skeleton, which is total 206, is divided into two types, axial skeleton and appendicular. Okay, skeleton. Okay. So the question is how many in the axial skeleton? 22, 80, 126, 206, 360. Axial has 80. So this is axial. 206. So appendicular will be 206 minus 80, 120. Okay. So the question is axial. This is 80 bones. And now how about appendicular skeleton? We already answered that one. It's going to be 206 minus 80 will be 126. Which of the following bones are found in the axial skeleton? Skull, hyoid bone, thoracic vertebrae, humerus, radius, ulna, carpal, metacarpal, femur, tibia, fibula, tarsal, metatarsal, scapula, clavicle, hip bone. Remember, axial skeleton is the skeleton that's located in the axis of our body, which is the skull, vertebrae, the thoracic cage, the ribs. There is hyoid bones over here. So skull, hyoid bone, thoracic cage, and the vertebrae will be the answer. This is the one that is in the axis of our body. With the following bones are found in the appendicular skeleton. Okay, so appendicular skeleton is the one that located in appendix, like upper limb and lower limbs. Our arm, our legs, that's gonna be appendicular skeleton. Okay, skull is not. Frontal bone is part of the skull. It is not. Femur, yes, femur is here. Tibia, yes, tibia is part of the lower leg. Okay. Fibula also here on the leg. Tarsal, this is the ankle bones. Metatarsal, this is lower than ankle bone. And finger or toes. All right, so this will be the answer. Okay. Zygomatic is cheekbone, which is on the face over here. It's not. Okay. Sternum and rib, it is in the axial skeleton. So C should be the answer. How many bones are in the vertebral columns? So vertebrae has 26. That's the answer. What is the name of the first bone of the vertebral column? Atlas, axis, sacrum, coccyx, or maxilla? Choose your answer. Okay, you have to memorize this. The first vertebrae is called atlas. This is the first. The second vertebrae is called axis. This is the second. Okay. The last vertebrae, this is the coccyx, the tail. Okay. Before the tail, there is sacrum. Okay. So the first is gonna be atlas. What's the name of vertebral curve? Cervical curve, thoracic curve, lumbar curve, sacral curve, or all the above are correct. Choose your answer. Yes, all of them is the name of the curve. Cervical curve on the neck, thoracic curve on the chest, lumbar curve on the back, and sacral curve on the sacrum area. Which of the following vertebral curve are primary curve? Present since we are born. Cervical and thoracic, thoracic and lumbar, lumbar and sacral, thoracic and sacral, or cervical and lumbar. Choose your answer. Okay, so when we born, we look like this. Okay, let's say this is our head. Okay, this is our tail. We only have this curve over here, which is thoracic curve, and this curve over here, which is the sacral curve. That's the primary curve. Okay? Thoracic, thoracic, and this sacral. So D is the correct answer. Which one is secondary curve? Develop after we born. Cervical and thoracic, thoracic and lumbar, lumbar and sacral, thoracic and sacral, or cervical and lumbar. So remember, when we born, we only have thoracic and sacral, but when we growing, let's say this is our head. We're gonna have this type of curve. So the cervical or the neck curve will develop later when the baby raises its head. So cervical. So look for the cervical. Okay. Thoracic is gonna be the primary, and then after that is lumbar. Right? This is when the baby starts to sit down. This will develop later. So it's gonna be lumbar over here. So this is the one that develops later, or the secondary curve. Lordosis is the curvature of the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, or all the above. So lordosis means when the lumbar is actually curved so much. Like for example, someone that woman that's pregnant, sometimes they have the lordosis a little bit. But there are some people that have lordosis since they were born. Right? So this is lumbar curve abnormality. Which of the following is not a type of abnormal curvature of the vertebrae? Lordosis, kyphosis, scoliosis, bipolar syndrome. All the above answers are correct. Okay? So the abnormality of curvature is called lordosis if it is lumbar. Okay, lumbar abnormality. Kyphosis, it is the cervical and thorax. Okay, so this is like, for example, Beauty and the Beast. Okay, the movie. So the beast has kyphosis. Okay, and then scoliosis. This is the thoracic that's going to the side lateral. Right? So it's called the scoliosis. curvature abnormality. So all of these are the name of the abnormal curvature. The one that is not is bipolar syndrome. So this is the answer. The following bones form the orbits, the eye socket, except frontal, zygomatic, sphenoid, mandible, ethmoid. Choose your answer. Eye socket. Okay. This is okay. So it has frontal bone over here. This is a cheekbone. Okay, zygomatic bone, making part of the eye socket. Sphenoid bones and ethmoid bone will make this eye socket. Mandible is over here. Okay, it's lower jaw, so it is not part of the eye socket. So this will be the answer. Frontal bone. Okay, the following bones form the hard pellets: frontal bone, occipital bone, zygomatic bone, maxilla and palatine, mandible and palatine, ethmoid and sphenoid. So hard fillet is located in the mouth. Okay, in the top over here. Okay, so there will be consist of the maxilla, which is the upper jaw, and the palatine, which is the roof of the mouth. Okay, so does that make the hard pellet? The fusion of ilium, ischium, pubis form the skull, hip, femur, orbit, or hard pellet. Choose your answer. Okay, so this is located in the hip. Okay, so it has three parts: the ilium, the ischium, and the pubis bone. Okay, so it is the hip bone. Where is the acetabulum located? Skull, hip, femur, orbit, or hard pellet? So this is the hip bone. It has socket over here that used by the femur to join. So this is called the acetabulum. So it is located in the hip bone. What is acetabulum? Depression of hip to form joint with femur, the process of hip to join with femur, depression of scapula join with humerus, process in scapula join with humerus, depression of humerus join with the tibia. We already mentioned acetabulum is located in the hip, so look for the hip. And it is depression. This is not process. Right? So should be the answer. Cleft palate result from incomplete development of the skull, hip, maxilla, mandible, and palatine. What is the answer? Okay, so this is located in the lips, the upper lips. Okay. So the lip is not fused together. This is cleft palate. It's because of the upper jaw bone, maxilla is not fused together completely. So this is due to the maxilla not fused completely. Ribs that join the sternum directly by costal cartilage is called or called blank ribs. Join directly to the sternum. True, false, fake, floating, or broken. Yeah, join directly is true ribs. Calcaneus, talus, navicular, cuneiform are part of the pelvis, foot, wrist, skull, and or vertebrae. Okay, so calcaneus is the heel bone, so the heel bone. So you have heel bone, you have talus over here and ankle. There is a navicular bone, and there is cuneiform and cuboid bone over here. They all located in foot. Okay, this is ankle bone. Scaphoid, lunate, triquetrum, fusiform, trapezium, trapezoid, capitate, and hamate bones are part of the pelvis, foot, wrist, skull, vertebrae, tissue. Okay, so scaphoid, then lunate, triquetrum, fusiform, trapezium, trapezoid, hamate, capitate, and hamate. It is located in the wrist. Okay, this is the wrist bone. There are 8 wrist bone. So this is wrist bone. Frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital, sphenoid, ethmoid, zygomatic, nasal, lacrimal, maxilla, mandible, femur, palatine, and inferior nasal concave are part of pelvis, foot, wrist, skull, vertebrae. And of course, it's going to be part of the skull. Okay? It has frontal bone, parietal bones, temporal bones over here. This is the eyes, this is the nose, this is the mouth. It has zygomatic bone over here. Okay? It has maxilla, mandible. So this is skull. What is phalanges or digit? Skull, wrist, ankle, bone of fingers and toes, or bones of thoracic cage. Digit is finger and toes. Okay, so this is the answer. Having extra digit is called polyploidy, polydipsia, polyuria, polydactyly, polycythemia. Okay, so digit finger is called dactyl. Okay, so the one that has more finger is called polydactyly. Which of the following is not components of the skeletal system? Bone, ligament, cartilage, and muscle. Which one is not? Of course, this will be muscle. Okay, so muscle is own system, muscular system. Joint is also called arthrosis or association, articulation, annotation, actualization, abduction. Joint, another name of joint is articulation. So articulation. Based on structure, joint can be classified into fibers, cartilaginous, synovial, ABC correct, ABC incorrect. Choose your answer. So based on structure, there are 3 types of joint: fibrous joint, cartilaginous joint, and synovial joint. So ABC are correct. Based on function or movement, joints can be classified into synarthrosis, amphiarthrosis, diarthrosis, ABC correct, ABC incorrect. Choose your answer. Yeah, based on functions, joint can be classified into synarthrosis. This means immovable joint. Amphiarthrosis, slightly movable joint. And diarthrosis, freely movable joint. Okay, so the answer will be all of them. A, B, C are correct. Which of following are example of type of fibrous joint? Suture, syndesmosis, composite, planar, hinge, pivot, synchondrosis, symphysis, saddle, socket, and ball, condylite. All the above are correct. Example of fibrous joints is this one. Okay, so you have to memorize this: suture, syndesmosis, composite. Okay, this one is synovial joint. This is also synovial joint. Okay. This one is cartilaginous joint. Okay, this is synovial, cartilaginous. This is the one that fibrous joint. So the answer is A. Which of the following example of cartilaginous joint? Okay. Suture, syndesmosis, composite, planar, hinge, pivot, synchondrosis, symphysis, saddle, ball, and socket, condylite. All the above correct. Choose your answer. Yeah, we already mentioned this one is the cartilaginous joint. Synchondrosis, symphysis. This one is fibrous joint. This one is synovial joint. This synovial joint. Which of the following are example of synarthrosis? Synarthrosis means immovable joint. A, B, or C, or D? A. It's going to be A. So suture, synchondrosis, composite, they're all immovable. Planar, hinge, pivot, this is synovial joint. They're all diarthrosis, freely movable. Syndesmosis and symphysis, this is MP arthrosis, slightly movable. This one another diarthrosis, freely movable. Okay, so the answer is A. Which of the following are example of amphiarthrosis, slightly movable joint? A, B, C, or D, or E? Remember, this one is synarthrosis, this one is diarthrosis, and this one is amphiarthrosis. This is another diarthrosis. So this is the answer. Which of the following are example of type of diarthrosis? Hinge, planar, pivot, saddle, ball socket, and condylite. All the above answer correct. Choose your answer. Hinge is diarthrosis. This is diarthrosis, diarthrosis, diarthrosis. So all of them are diarthrosis. All of them are correct. E. Which of the following are example of synovial joint? Hinge, planar, pivot joint, saddle, ball and socket, and condyloid. Choose your answer. So you have to memorize the synovial joints, which is all of them over here. That will be synovial joints. So the answer E. Suture are example of fibrous, cartilaginous, synovial. ABC correct, ABC incorrect. Suture is the articulations of bones in the skull. Okay, so it is fibrous joint. So this is fibers and also immovable joint. So it's fibrous joint. Composites are example of fibers, cartilaginous, synovial, ABC correct or ABC incorrect. So composites is okay, the articulation between teeth and the bones of our jaws. So this is tooth, and this is jawbone. That what is going to be is actually connected by fiber. This is fiber joint, and it is also immovable joint. Synarthrosis, fibrous joint. What type of joint between vertebrae? So you have vertebrae, vertebrae, vertebrae. There are 26 of them. So what type of joint that between these vertebrae? Fiber, cartilaginous, synovial, ABC correct or ABC incorrect? The answer will be between vertebrae there will be cartilage. So cartilage. So it's going to be cartilaginous joint. What type of joint between hip bone? Synchondrosis, symphysis, syndesmosis, suture, or gomphosis? Between hip bone. So you have hip bone one over here and another hip bone over here. It's connected here in the pubic area. Okay, it's a pubic area. The connection is called the pubic symphysis. So the answer will be this one over here, symphysis. So this is pubic symphysis over here. And this is between vertebrae. What type of joint is between vertebrae? Okay, remember, it's also symphysis. And so between those vertebrae and between the hip bone, it has symphysis type of joint. What type of joint between radius and ulna? Synchondrosis, symphysis, syndesmosis, suture, or gomphosis? Choose your answer. So this is humerus, and there will be radius, which is bigger, and ulna, which is thinner, and it connected with this connection over here. That connection is called syndesmosis. Okay, so that's syndesmosis. What joint between tibia and fibula? This is, we have femur, and there will be tibia, which is bigger, and fibula, which is smaller. Okay, and there is a connection over here. So it's also the syndesmosis, just like the radius ulna. What type of joint is not fibrous joint? Synchondrosis, gomphosis, syndesmosis, suture. All the above answers are incorrect. So synchondrosis, this is fibrous joint. Gomphosis, this is in the teeth. This is also fiber. Suture, this is on the skull, our head. This is fibrous joint. The one that is not is, oh, sorry. It's going to be synchondrosis over here. So the syndesmosis is fiber also. So synchondrosis is cartilage. Okay, so cartilaginous joint. So synchondrosis. Blank make up the symphysis joint, while blank make up the synchondrosis joint. Hyaline cartilage, elastic. Elastic fibro, fibro hyaline, hyaline fibro, fibro elastic. Symphysis, this is made of the strongest cartilage, which is the fibro. So it should be looking for fibro cartilage for the first answer. The second one, synchondrosis made of hyaline cartilage. So looking for fibro, second one is hyaline. So this is going to be the answer. Study of the synovial joint picture below. Which structure is the picture produce synovial fluid? Bone, articular cartilage, articular capsule, synovial membrane, joint, or synovial cavity. Okay, the one that choose the answer. Okay, the one that produces the fluid is the synovial membrane. Okay, so this is the answer. Synovial membrane produce the synovial fluid. Okay, study the picture below. Which structure nourished by the synovial fluid? Bone, articular cartilage, articular capsule, synovial membrane, or synovial cavity. Okay, synovial fluid give the food or nourishment to this cartilage over here. Okay, so this cartilage get food from the synovial fluid, which is located here in the synovial cavity. Okay, so the answer will be articular cartilage. Study the picture below. Which structure in the picture holds the bone together? The bone, articular cartilage, joint capsule, synovial membrane, or synovial cavity? Okay, of course, the answer will be this capsule over here. Okay, so this synovial capsule will hold the bone together. What is the source of oxygen and nutrient for articular cartilage? A similar question with before. Bone, synovial fluid, articular capsule, synovial membrane, or synovial cavity? Which one give the food to the articular cartilage? Going to be the synovial fluid. When the production of synovial fluid is depleted, which part of the synovial joint will die? Bone, articular cartilage, articular capsule, synovial membrane, or synovial cavity? Choose your answer. Remember, synovial fluid give the food to the articular cartilage. So this is the one that will die if the production of the fluid is not enough. It's causing disease, what we call the osteoarthritis. Additional fluid-filled sacs in some synovial joints are called bone, articular cartilage, articular joint, synovial membrane, bursae. Choose your answer. It is called bursae. Okay, this is additional sac in the joint that fill with the fluid. And this is called bursae. Additional structure in some synovial joint that made of fibrocartilage that divide joint into compartments is called menisci, articular cartilage, articular capsule, synovial membrane, or bursae. Choose your answer. The answer is menisci. Okay, so this is menisci over here. Additional structure that made from cartilage that divide the cavity into several compartments. What type of movement performed by plantar joint? Gliding, flexion, extension, hyperextension, elevation, depression, dorsiflexion, or plantar flexion? Which one? You have to memorize this. Plantar joint will always give gliding movement. So that's the answer. What type of movement is performed by hinge synovial joint on the elbow? gliding, flexion, extension, hyperextension, elevation, depression, dorsiflexion, and plantar extension. Choose your answer. Okay, so our elbow over here, okay, will give only two movement, which is flexion if the angle is decreased, or we can perform okay on the other side, extension. So extension, flexion. Okay, so flexions and extension. Now how about ball and socket, synovial joint in the hip? What type of movement? Gliding, flexion, extension, hypertension, extension, hypertension, and circumduction, flexion, extension, hypertension, hyperextension, circumduction, abduction, adduction. Choose your answer. So hip joint can perform so many movements. So all of these movements can be performed by the ball and socket joint in the hip. When you move your head to say no, what type of movement is that? Gliding, flexion, extension, rotation, or circumduction? It is rotation of head. Okay, so rotation. Lifting your arm out to the side of your body, that parallel to the ground. So let's say this is your head, your body. Okay, and lifting our arms like that. Okay, so here up. Okay, so this movement is called gliding, adduction, abduction, dorsiflexion, or plantar flexion. So away from our body is abduction. Okay, so this is abduction. If it is like this, okay, it is adduction. So abduction is the answer. Closing your finger to make fist is gliding, adduction, abduction, flexion, or extension. Okay, so this is our hand, and we close them, all of them, to make a fist. Okay, what you do with your fingers? Gliding, adduction, abduction, flexion, or extension. So the answer will be you flex your finger. Okay, so this is flexion. Lifting your foot ankle closer to the shin. Gliding, abduction, dorsiflexion, plantar flexion. So if this is your knee, this is your legs, and this is your foot. So going up like this. Okay, what it is called? It is dorsiflexion. Moving foot or ankle away from the shin, gliding, abduction, dorsiflexion, plantar flexion. So this is your leg. So you put your foot down like this, away from the shin. What movement is that? It is called the plantar flexion. This is plantar area. Okay, plantar of your foot. So the movement is plantar flexion. Displacement of joint is called sprain, torn ligament dislocation, bursitis, arthritis. This is dislocations of joint. Okay, displacement, dislocation. Tearing of connective tissue in a joint is called sprain, torn ligament dislocation, bursitis, or arthritis. The answer will be sprain. This is the tearing of connective tissue. Inflammation, swelling, and pain in the joint is called sprain, torn ligament, dislocation, bursitis, or arthritis. This is arthritis. Inflammation, swelling, pain in the joint that caused by autoimmune disease is called sprain, torn ligament, osteoarthritis, Lyme arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis. So it's going to be arthritis, arthritis, arthritis. But the one that is caused by the immune system is this one, rheumatoid arthritis, or RA. Inflammation, swelling, pain joint caused by the bacterial infection transferred by ticks is called Cheshire answer. Yeah, it's going to be arthritis, but one of them that caused by bacteria is Lyme disease, Lyme arthritis. Most common type of inflammation, swelling, and pain in a joint due to aging, reduced production of synovial fluid is called Cheshire answer. Yeah, it's another arthritis, but it is called osteoarthritis. So when we get older, most of the time we will have this osteoarthritis. A soccer player suffers from partially torn anterior cruciate ligament. Okay, cruciate ligament. Which joint has been injured? Cheshire answer. Okay, so cruciate ligament is located in the knee, so it's gonna be knee joint. A football player suffers from partially torn glenohumeral ligaments. So which joint has been injured? Cheshire answer. And the name is telling you this is humerus is in our shoulder. Okay? So it's gonna be the shoulder joint. A muscle cell is also called as a Cheshire answer. Okay? So muscle cell is called myofiber or myocyte or muscle fiber. So all the above answers are correct. The cell membrane of muscle cell is also called Cheshire answer. Okay, so it's going to be lemma over here, membrane. So sarcolemma. That's the name of the cell membrane of muscle cell. The cytoplasm of muscle cell is also called Cheshire answer. So cytoplasm, so this is plasm, sarco. So sarcoplasm is the name of cytoplasm of muscle cell. The molecule that carry oxygen in a muscle cell is called Cheshire answer. Remember, the protein that carry oxygen in the blood is called hemoglobin. So globin over here. So because this is in the muscle cell, so myo means muscle, so it's gonna be myoglobin. The molecule that stores calcium in the muscle cell is called Cheshire answer. Yeah, it is the SR. A sarcoplasmic reticulum. The molecule that stores glucose in a muscle cell is called. Okay, we already mentioned that glucose stored in human or animal body as a glycogen, usually in the muscle and liver. The segment or unit in a muscle cell that perform contraction is the functional unit of muscle cell. It is called the sarcomere. That's the name of functional unit of muscle cell. The stripes or striations seen in the muscle tissue is due to the tissue answer. It's going to be the arrangement of filaments, okay, myosin and actin in the sarcomere. Okay, so myosin is the thicker filament and actin is the thinner filament, and then thicker, thinner. So it's going to be giving you the dark, light band. So it's going to give the stripes, okay, this striations. Which of the following is the function of transverse tubule or the T tubule? Choose your answer. Okay, so transverse tubule will carry the action potential from sarcolemma into the sarcoplasms. Which of the following is the function of SR? Choose your answer. We already mentioned this in the previous question. SR store the calcium. So look for the calcium. Here you go. So store calcium. What is the function of unit of contraction? The functional unit. Again, we already mentioned this in the previous question. It is called the sarcomere. What are the main type of filaments in the sarcomere that slide each other during contraction? Choose your answer. I call it thin and thick filaments. So thick mostly myosin, and the thin is actin filament. So A is the answer. The main protein that protein of the thick filament is the, choose your answer. Okay, we just mentioned it in the previous question. This is myosin. Thick protein is myosin. Okay, how about the thin filament? Choose your answer. Yeah, it's gonna be the actin filament. This is the main part of the thin filaments in sarcomere. The protein that binds the calcium ion is the, okay, you have to memorize this protein. The one that binds calcium is the troponin. Okay, so this is troponin, the one that will bind the calcium. The protein that covers the myosin binding site on the actin beads is the, and you have to memorize this, the one that covers myosin binding site is called the tropomyosin. Okay, so the long proteins over here is called the tropomyosin, is covering the binding site. The protein that has myosin heads to bind the binding site on the actin is the, choose your answer. The name is telling you it has myosin head, so it's gonna be myosin. So it has head over here that will bind to the actin, to the binding site. Okay, so myosin head. Which the following list the structure from smallest two largest? Choose your answer. Okay, so the smallest one will start with the filaments, and the highest one's going to be muscle tissue itself. So filaments will make myofibril. Myofibril will make the muscle fiber, and muscle fiber group together to make fascicle, and finally fascicle will group together to make the meat or the muscle. Okay? So filaments, myofibril, muscle fiber, fascicle, which is D, is the correct answer. Okay, start from filament to the muscle. What is the junction between motor neuron and muscle is called? Choose your answer. Neuron, muscle. So neuron, muscle. It's called the NMJ. It's also, oh yeah, this is also synapse, and so this is okay. So let's say this is neuron. Okay, and this is muscle cell. So the area over here is called the synapse, which is this. And because this is between neuron and muscle, sometimes it is called also NMJ, neuromuscular junction. So A. Therefore, A and B are correct. What type of neurotransmitter released in the synapse NMJ between neurons and muscle? Choose your answer. You have to memorize the acetylcholine is the name of neurotransmitter that release into the muscle cell from the neuron. To order muscle contraction, the motor neuron will release blank in the synapse, the NMJ. Choose your answer. Okay, this is very similar question with the previous questions, so the answer will be acetylcholine. To stop muscle contraction or to relax the muscle, with enzyme will be released in the synapse. Choose your answer. Okay, of course, if the neurotransmitter release is acetylcholine, okay, to remove the acetylcholines, then there is an enzyme, it's called the acetylcholine esterase, that will remove this from the synapse. So the muscle will be relaxed. So the answer will be acetylcholine esterase. What is the function of acetylcholine esterase? Choose your answer. Yes, this is similar with the previous question, so it's going to be remove the acetylcholine. Which of the following drugs or poison or toxin or chemical paralyzes muscle by blocking the acetylcholine release from the motor neuron? Choose your answer. The answer is the botulinum toxin. It will causing the paralyze. How about the drugs that causing paralyze by blocking acetylcholine receptor? Choose your answer. Yeah, the drug is called the curare. It will cause muscle paralyzing. It's produced by plant actually. Okay. Now, how about which one that will keep the muscle contraction? Okay, it's gonna be causing what we call the tetanus. So muscle keep contracting by inhibiting the acetylcholine esterase activity. Yeah, the answer will be neostigmine or stigmine. Now, how about the one that causing constant muscle contraction, which is the same, tetanus, okay, by inhibiting GABA release? The answer will be tetanospasmin. Okay, it will causing tetanus. The autoimmune disorder where self-antibody damage the acetylcholine receptor on the sarcolemma is the, you have to memorize the name of the disease. Choose your answer. This is the myasthenia gravis. So the acetylcholine receptors will be damaged by this autoimmune antibody, okay, our own antibody. What is the main production of ATP that will provide continuous energy for muscle contraction for more than 10 minutes? Like say hours contraction. Choose your answer. Yes, it's going to be the one that produced from aerobic cellular respiration, which is from mitochondria. What is the causes of rigor mortis that occurs in the skeletal muscle a few hours after death? Choose your answer. Yeah, in order to relax, we also need ATP production. So decrease of ATP when somebody die, it will causing this rigor mortis. After cross-country competition, SpongeBob got cramps in his leg muscle. What is the main cause of cramp? Choose your answer. It's going to be the same, which is after long activity, the ATP production will be reduced. It might cause the cramp. Which of the following toxic molecules are produced as a byproduct of anaerobic cellular respiration in muscle cell? Choose your answer. The name is lactic acid. So this is the byproduct of anaerobic cellular respiration in the muscle cell. Which of the following is not function of muscle? Choose your answer. Of course, it's going to be this one because this is the function of the bone. A production of blood is made by or made in red bone marrow. Which of the following muscle have striations and contract involuntarily? Choose your answer. It's going to be cardiac muscle. It has stripe, but it's work involuntary. You cannot control the contraction. Which of the following muscle have striation and contract voluntary? So it's going to be easy. The only voluntary muscle is skeletal muscle. Which of the following muscle lack of transverse tubules? Yes, it will be the smooth muscle. Which of the following muscle is the shortest, with only one nucleus in the center? So the shortest will be smooth muscle. Which of the following muscle has borders called the intercalated disc? You already have this question before. It's going to be cardiac muscle. The border is called the intercalated disc. Which of the following muscles are separated rather than organized into sheaths? It's going to be multi-unit smooth muscle. Okay, they're going to be single separated smooth muscle. Which of the following muscle is the only one that contracts voluntarily? Again, this will be easy one. Voluntary muscle is only skeletal muscle. What happens in a muscle as it undergoes hypertrophy in response to overuse? Choose your answer. Okay, the size will be increased, so therefore the size of muscle will be increased. So the size of actin and myosin will be increased. What happens in the muscle as it undergoes atrophy in response of disuse? It's going to be opposite of the hypertrophy. So atrophy means smaller, so the size of actin and myosin will be decreased. What is a motor unit? A, B, C, D. So motor unit is one motor neuron. So let's look for one motor neuron. All right. So it's going to be this one. One motor neuron and all the muscle that innervates by this one motor neuron. What is eccentric muscle contraction? Okay, choose your answer. Eccentric means when the force is not sufficient to move the object. So the muscle is actually contracted, but there is no movement, okay, because the object is too heavy. Which of the following muscle fiber have more mitochondria and myoglobin? White, pink, or red? Okay, so myoglobin carry oxygen is going to be red. Okay, so it's going to be red fibers over here. Which of the following muscle fiber have least number of mitochondria and myoglobin? So because least, which one? The color will be white. So it should be white fiber. Bones and muscle function together as mechanical device called A, B, C, D, or E. It is called levers. Okay? This is the mechanical device of muscles and bone that move our body. Which type of lever where the load or resistance and force are located before the fulcrum? So it's going to be second class lever. Okay? The F4, load, and then fulcrum. So before the fulcrum. Okay, this is class number 2. Which type of lever where the fulcrum is located before the load and the force? First, second, third. This is the third class lever, so F, E, L. Force, effort, and load. Okay, the third class lever. What term describe the more movable end of muscle? Choose your answer. So the choice is whether insertions or origin, right? So the answer, the correct answer will be insertion, more movable end. How about less movable end? Yeah, that's gonna be the origin. Muscle that oppose particular action is called A, B, C, or D. A is gonna be antagonist. A, oppose. Anti is mean oppose. What is the location of vaccinator muscle? This one is in the cheek. This is the one that helps us whistling, chewing. Okay. How about deltoid muscle? This is the one that used for injection. So this is in the shoulder. Okay, this is shoulder muscle. Okay, how about the pectoralis major muscle? Okay, this is pec muscle, which is on the chest. So this is chest muscle. How about tibialis muscle? This is on the leg. Okay, remember, tibia is the name of the bones on the leg. So tibialis is going to be leg muscle. Gluteal. This is the buttock muscle. Which of the following muscle extend the hips and abduct thigh medially? It's going to be the gluteal muscle. So extends the hips and abduction of the thigh. Which of the following muscle causing dorsiflexion and inversions of the foot or ankle? It's going to be on the leg, which is the tibialis anterior muscle. Which of the following muscle abduct the arm? So this is going to be the one that's in the shoulder, and this is the one that abduct. This pectoralis muscle will be adduct. So this is adduction. This one is abduction. Okay, so the answer is deltoid muscle for abduction. Which of the following muscle flex shoulder and adduct the arm? Choose your answer. Okay, we already mentioned that it's gonna be the pectoralis muscle. Which of the following muscle compress the cheek? Okay, it's gonna be on the cheek muscle, which is this is the only one that's located on the cheek. Vaccinator. Which of the following muscle flexes the elbow? That's very famous muscle. To flex your elbow, we use biceps. Which of the following muscle extends the elbow? Okay, this is going to be opposite of bicep. It is on the back of our arms. It's going to be the triceps muscle. Central nervous system or CNS consists of, choose your answer. And CNS consists of brain and the spinal cord. Meningitis is an inflammation of meninges, which consists of, so this is a layers of meninges, A, B, C, or D. Okay, it has three layers, which is dura mater, arachnoid, and pia mater. So this is the answer. Where is the fourth ventricles located? It is at the bottom, close to the brainstem, which is within the brainstem area. That's the fourth ventricles location. Which statement describe CSF, cerebrospinal fluid? Choose your answer. Okay, so this one is not correct because CSF produced by the ependymal cell, not oligodendrocyte. So this should be the same productions. And so this is the one that correct, which is maintain the stable ionic concentration within the brain and spinal cord. Surface of the cerebrum is marked by groove. Okay, groove means valley. Okay, and then called, then separate the ridge or the hill. So valley, hill, valley, hill, valley, hill. So what is the name of the groove and what is the name of the valley? I mean, the groove of the valley and what is the name of the hill or mountain? Okay, so the groove or valley is called sulcus. So look for the sulcus. Okay, sulcus over here. And the name of the hill or mountain is gyrus or gyri. So it's going to be this. Sulci and gyri. Where is the primary motor area of the brain located? So this is the one that control our skeletal muscle movement. Where is it located? A, B, C, or D? Okay, it is on the pre-central gyrus. So in the front part, okay, of the brain. What is the primary somatosensory sensory area? If motor is pre, then the sensory, the sense will be post. Okay, so post central gyrus. What would be the effect of damage in Broca's area? Okay, A, B, C, or D. So Broca is the speech area. So speech area. Just remember that. So it's gonna be impair of speech if there is damage in the Broca's area of our brain. Following a brain injury, a soldier is now unable to speak. What area of the brain mostly likely damaged? A, B, C, D. Again, speech in the Broca area. So this is going to be the answer. What is a function of the association area of frontal lobes? Okay, the front lobes. A, B, C, or D. Visual is not. This is the occipital lobe. Hearing, mostly temporal lobe. Taste is also temporal lobe. So will be this one. And the frontal lobe is for higher intellectual process, including planning and problem solving. Which lobes of your brain are you using when you answer this question? We just have that one, the one that used for higher problem solving. Okay? Answer question will be the frontal lobes of the brain. An accident involving blunt force trauma to the head has resulted in loss of vision. So vision, which part of the brain was damaged? Choose your answer. Frontal for decision, parietal for some skin sensory sensation, temporal hearing, smelling, and taste. Occipital is for vision. So this is gonna be the answer. The occipital lobes, the one that control visions. Which part of the brain assigns value to a memory? So memory will be done by this area of the brain is called the amygdala. The blank include the thalamus, hypothalamus, and epithalamus. Which part of the brain that has thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus? A, B, C, or D? Should be the C. The diencephalon, it has thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus. What is one of many functions of the hypothalamus? Okay, A, B, C, or D? Yes, we already mentioned this on the previous questions. This one of the function of hypothalamus to regulate body temperatures. Which part of the brain coordinates voluntary muscular movement or skill? Okay? Cerebrum, encephalon, or brainstem. Skill movement or voluntary movement mostly controlled by this cerebrum. What is the function of basal ganglia? Okay, so A, B, C, or D? Basal ganglia is the one that coordinates voluntary movement of skeletal muscles. People that have problem with the basal ganglia will unable to control their voluntary movement. Like Parkinson's disease, they always move in without coordination. Michael G. Fox has Parkinson's disease. He has difficulty initiating voluntary movement and exhibit typical slow movement associated with the disease. What regions of his brain is functioning abnormally? I already mentioned before, basal ganglia is the one that controls this voluntary movement. So it will be basal ganglia. Michael J. Fox, Muhammad Ali, they have this type of disease called the Parkinson's disease. The blank of the brain control emotional responses and emotional expression during response to the stimuli. Emotional brains, A, B, C, D, which is this one. Limbic system is also known as emotional brain. What type of brain waves are prevalent during sleep? Sleep is delta wave. Okay, so when we measure the activity in the brain during sleeping, it will give a wave on the encephalograph. It's called delta wave. A or N. Blank is the simplest nerve pathway from a sensory receptor to an effector. Simplest one. So it doesn't really need brain to perform this action. It is called reflex. Okay, so reflex is the simplest nerve pathway from receptor to effector. It's usually done by spinal cord without brain effects on it. What is the correct order for the components of reflex arc? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so always remember, it's always start with receptor. So look for receptor, and we'll finish with the effector. So effector is the last one that perform the action. Receptor is the one that receive informations, then will be carried by sensory neuron to our brains or spinal cord. Then interneuron will process that information. So interneuron located in the brain and spinal cord in the CNS. The rest one will be carried by the motor neurons, and the action will be done by the effector. So start with the receptor and to the receptor. Okay, start with the receptor and to the effector. In the spinal cord, blank matter is surrounded by blank matter. Choose your answer. Okay, spinal cord is look like this. Okay, so the middle one that look like butterfly or H letter is called the gray matter. So this is gray matter with horns. Okay, it's surrounded by the white matter. Okay, so gray matter is surrounded by white matter. The gray matter on the spinal cord is divided into area called the A, B, C, or D. Again, this is spinal cord. You have the gray matter in the middle, and it's divided into horns. So the horn is the answer. What is contained in the dorsal root ganglia? A, B, C, or D? So this is spinal cord, and you have the gray matter inside. And this is dorsal root. This is ventral root. They finally connect together to make nerve. On the dorsal root, there is a ganglion where the sensory neuron cell body is located. Right, so the answer will be this one, cell body of sensory neuron. The spinal thalamic tract conduct impulses. A, B, C, or D? Okay, the name is telling you this is from spinal cord to the thalamus. So look for that one. From the spinal cord up to the thalamus. That's the answer. What is the destination of fibers of the spinal thalamic tract transmitting pain and temperature information? Okay, the name is telling you spinal, from spinal cord to the thalamus. Thalamic, thalamus. So the destination will be the thalamus. Which is a descending tract in the spinal cord? Spinal thalamus, spinal cerebrus, rubrospinal, or posterior column tract? A, B, C, or D. Descending means down, okay, from brain to the spinal cord. Okay, it should be end with the spinal, right? Because this spinal means start with the spinal cord to the thalamus, which is brain. So this is up. Spinocerebellum, this is up. Rubrospinal, this is the one that is down. Okay, from brain to spinal, down, descending. So this is the answer. What is the effects of sensory nerve fibers crossing over? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so if it's crossing over, then the left will receive information from the right receive information from the left. So this is opposite side. Okay, like our right cerebral hemisphere receives sensory impulse originating from the left side of our body. So this is the answer. So our left brain is actually receiving information from the right side of our body. It's crossing over. Which cranial nerve are comprised of only sensory fiber? Okay, there are 10 cranial nerves. 3 of them only have sensory fibers. Choose your answer. Okay, the answer will be number 1, olfactory, number 2, optic, and number 8, vestibulocochlear, which is for hearing and balance. Okay, so smell, olfactory, optic is vision, and hearing balance over here. They only carry the sensory neuron, sensory fiber. Which cranial nerve are primary motor nerve? Innervated the muscle that move the eye. Okay, which nerve over here that move the eyeball? A, B, C, or D? So you have to memorize this. Okay. Number 3, oculomotor. Number 4, trochlear. And number 6, the abducens nerve. This is the one that control the eye movement. What type of fibers are found in spinal nerve? Spinal nerve. Spinal nerve have both motor and sensory neuron. So they are mixed. Okay? The spinal nerve, they are mixed nerve. What is dermatome? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so dermatome is a region of the skin that innervated by a single spinal nerve. Nerve fibers of the somatic nervous system serve the blank, and the nerve fiber of autonomic nerve system, ANS, serve the blank. Okay, so SNS, this is somatic nervous system. This is the one that serves the skin and skeletal muscles, while the ANS serve the soft organ inside our body, the viscera. Okay, so A is the correct answer. Which of these fibers are adrenergic? A, B, C, or D? Okay, just remember the only adrenergic neuron is the sympathetic post-ganglionic neuron. So this is the only one that produces adrenaline. It's called the epinephrine or norepinephrine. The old name is adrenaline. That's the only one that produces adrenaline. Therefore, it's called the adrenergic neuron. Long preganglionic neurons, short postganglionic neurons, and terminal ganglia are characteristic of what division of nervous system? Okay, so long preganglionic neuron, and then short postganglionic neuron, and then this is effector cell over here. Okay, maybe heart. Long short is gonna be the parasympathetic division. Long pre, short post. During a meal, the blank division of ANS stimulates digestion and slow heart rate. During exercise, the division of ANS inhibit digestion and speed heart rates. Okay, so B should be here. Okay, the division of ANS that inhibits digestion and speed heart rate. Choose your answer. Okay, so during the meal, the one that's stimulate digestion and slow heart rate is parasympathetic. So look for the parasympathetic. And the one that inhibit digestion during exercise and speed heart rate during exercise is the sympathetic division. So this is the answer. A young boy fears monster under his bed. His heart is racing and his palms are sweaty. What type of response does he experience? A, B, C, or D? So this is during sympathetics. Okay? So sympathetic will give these responses. So this is activation of his sympathetic nervous system. Adrenal medulla functionally has the same effects on the body as the A, B, C, or D. Okay, adrenal medulla produce E and E, which is adrenaline. And the one that produces adrenaline is this one, the postganglionic neuron of sympathetic division. So adrenal medulla have the same effect like sympathetic divisions of the ANS. Okay, increase heart rate, increase breathing, for example. What type of structure are temperature receptors? Free nerve ending, encapsulated, or specialized. Temperature receptor, it has the free nerve ending types of receptor. Okay? So if it is sensory neuron, okay, so the receptor is actually the dendrite of this sensory neuron without any cover. Therefore, it's called the free nerve ending. Which of the following is not primary taste of sensation? A, B, C, or D? Remember sensations, taste, only 4 types: sweet, salty, sour, and bitter. So spicy is not the primary taste sensation. Acids in food stimulates blank receptor, while alkaloids, including strychnine and nicotine, stimulates blank receptor. A, B, C, or D? Acids will be sour, so sour. Nicotine is actually bitter, so sour and bitter. The interpretation of sensory inputs by the brain is referred to as A, B, C, or D. So interpretation, this is what we call the perception. So your brain gives you perceptions or the meaning of the sensation. As you walk into the class, another student is walking towards you. You experience blank as your retinal cones detect color and send impulses to your visual cortex. Then you experience blank when you become aware that the student is wearing a red coat. What is the first one and the second one? A, B, C, D. Okay, the first one is called sensation. So look for the sensation. And the brain will give you perception, give you the meaning. Oh, that's actually red color. During sensation, you don't really know what is the color yet, okay, until the brain give you the perception, the meaning. Decreased responsiveness to an ongoing stimulus is called sensory adaptation, perception adaptation, reception adaptation, or stimulation adaptation. Decreased response. Like for example, you are in the smelly area. After several minutes, that smell will be reduced. What do you call that? It is called a sensory adaptation. John returned to his dorm room late at night to find his roommate throwing up. The smell is at first so bad, as John wanted to vomit too. But after helping his roommate clean up, the odor seemed to fade. John has experience A, B, C, D. Okay, it's going to be the same. It's called the adaptation. Okay, sensory adaptation. How do pain receptors differ from other somatic receptors? A, B, C, D. The correct answer is they adapt very little or not at all. So pain receptor is not really adapted. So this one should be B. The answer is B. The pain receptor is not adapted or very little adapted. What type of receptor detect and respond to the pressure? Photo, thermo, chemo, baro. Pressure means baro. So it's going to be baro receptor. Olfactory receptors are example of what class of sensory receptor? Olfactory, we actually smell chemical. Okay, so the one that we smell is actually chemical, so it's going to be chemoreceptor. Which receptor stimulus pair is correct? A, B, C, or D? Okay. Odorant is the smell, so it's not correct. Thermo is not light. Proprio, yes, so this is the correct one. The inner ear is located within which cranial bones? Ear is temporal bone. Following the sound transmission, what is the correct order of auditory ossicles? A, B, C, D. So start with the malleus. So malleus, incus, and stapes. So this is the order. Where are the receptors for hearing located? Hearing is located in the spiral organs or cochlea. What is detected by the hair cell in the semicircular canal? Semicircular canal. It is detecting the motion. So this is dynamic balance. Jared has been an avid fan of rock music for many years and has attended numerous concerts, getting as close to the stage as possible. He has never worn earplugs or protective ear well. Now he is 50, he has become hard of hearing and can no longer detect quiet sounds or low talking. How might his symptoms be explained? Is the problem? So the loud sound can break or damage the hair cell for hearing. So permanent damage of the hair cells. What structure produces tears? A, B, C, D. Tear is lacrimal, so it's produced by gland. So this is lacrimal gland. Which of the following structures are not responsible for the refraction of light? A, B, C. Cornea reflect light, lens reflect light, acoustical reflect light. The one is not is right. What structure is part of the innermost layer of the walls of the eyes? A, B, C. The innermost layer of the eyes will be the retina. What region of the retina provides the surface vision? A, B, C, D. It's gonna be the fovea centralis, where the cones receptor will locate. What causes the lens of the eye to thicken or bulging during lens accommodation? This is the contraction of ciliary muscle. What is glaucoma? A, B, C, D. Increase of pressure in the eyes due to the aqueous humor. What change result in farsightedness after the age of 45? Loss of lens elasticity. The lack of blank result in color blindness. Type of cone, usually red and green. Okay, so lack of red and green cone can cause color blindness. What condition is due to an abnormality of the curvature of the lens or cornea, resulting in some areas blurry vision? So cornea mostly causing what we call the stigmatism.